I don't think I'm exaggerating if we've been told for about a month that we were going to get that guidance in 1 or 2 days, and it's still not there. So I'm not exactly sure. We have been told that it will be required and that it will be due December 15th. And this won't be able to be approved until December 15th, but that's fine. I think we had kind of the same timeline issue last year. I can easily get a couple days grace from MDE. One thing this year that we worked on with this plan was to align the world's best workforce with the achievement and integration plan. And you may recall that last year we updated that achievement and integration plan in March. So having that new robust plan and then aligning it to this plan, I think is going to make both of them stronger. And I think there was a time that everything was going to be combined in World's Best Workforce, and they haven't done that yet. But that won't stop us from doing that. And then my plan is right now is that we would report to you the progress on both plans next November, because they don't exactly line up, because achievement and integration was submitted in March. Most of those goals were written for this school year. So we hope to have a lot of data to share with you next year. We have another team member, Erica Schumacher, is with us. So she'll talk to us about with the next goal, the first goal, I'm sorry, all students ready for school. But first, community input is a big part of the World's Best Workforce. And we've had that Community Curriculum Council that Director Nathan was a part of, and we have gotten input from the REA, the principals, all of those groups listed. We've gotten really broad district feedback from, we've done thought exchanges and panorama surveys and just surveys, a lot of surveys during our change in learning models and throughout the pandemic. But we are, I met with the members of the Community Curriculum Council a couple of weeks ago, and we are developing a plan to create a more robust district advisory council, and that will be in alignment with policy, I can't remember if it's 616 or 618, that you are to have it is a very robust advisory council, and so we're meeting again in a couple of weeks. So we will be getting more people involved in this process in the community. And when we met with the Curriculum Council a couple weeks ago, we had some good ideas for how to make this a really inclusive team. So I'm excited about additional community input between now and the report next year. The first goal being all students ready for school. That score has always been very low, and you might recall that we've talked about that assessment before. It was based on 8, you could call them kindergarten readiness skills, and students have to be proficient in all 8 to be deemed ready for kindergarten. And so we have been looking at a different assessment. Last year, when I presented this, we were talking about the potential of using the GOLD assessment, which is really the gold standard for early testing of young students. And we had a number of teachers pilot that, and it's very time intensive. And I'm not sure that last year, 2019-20 was a good year to pilot anything. Based on how the year ended, but we didn't foresee that when we went into it. Also, another thing that happened last winter and into the spring, we really started to talk as a district about if we wanted to look at an assessment different from the NWEA. And we've done that assessment for a number of years, but there's, some people really like the FastBridge assessment, which is another nationally normed reference test. And so we had just started to get a group of people together, teachers, administrators, coaches, to talk about, is it time to leave NWA and go to FAST? Because we can get about the same data from it, and it takes half of the time and it costs half of the money. And our meetings, I think met once before we were on this stay-at-home order, and just thinking about changing assessments, we didn't think was what anybody really wanted to do last spring. And so we put it out there that buildings who were ready could pilot fast, and we had almost all of our buildings that chose that. So we believe that we did better than this goal, but we don't have the same data to look at. But we did give the FAST assessment to many students. And so looking at this, if you look at the composite reading and composite math, and we tested about 72% of our students, but the goal was to get up to 50% ready for kindergarten. And you can see that 66.1% are that low risk in reading and 73.7 in math. And so we're thinking that this is maybe a better predictor. This does not have any social or emotional part of it like the GOLD test does, so we are still lacking that. And really, we know that that's a big part of kindergarten readiness, not just the academic part. So we're still looking at ways to assess that, to have some kind of an SEL screener. So based on these results, we are saying that we want for next year, the percentage of kindergarten students who are at low risk would increase by 5%. And then just the early reading, from 66.1 to 71.1, and early math, 73.7 to 78.7. And then after that, we talk about our action steps, what we're going to be doing. And because this is such a partnership with early childhood, that's why I've invited Erica here to share beyond this some things that her and her teams are doing to ensure that all students are ready for school. Erica?
Hi, thank you. So as you know, we have an active partnership with Cradle to Career, and so our early childhood team sits on the Kindergarten Readiness Network. And what that network has decided is that they were going to identify some priority standards or learning objectives that we want to focus on to be able to provide the community at large with more information regarding how to support the early learners in preparedness for kindergarten. So what they've done is they've identified 20, and a large amount of those are social emotional skills, and it also includes some language and literacy, some cognitive skills, and some gross motor and fine motor skills. With that, we have started to compile a bunch of resources that will be accessible to families and that will be given out to care providers as well. We're looking at ways that we can do this to make sure and ensure some quality and that families really understand what the information is, and also so we can gain feedback and adjust for future to make sure we're meeting the community's needs. We continue to increase access to low cost and no cost pre-kindergarten through our School Readiness and School Readiness Plus scholarships we're able to give our early learners. When we are able to do this, we are able to increase the amount of inclusion we're also able to give our special ed partners. And then finally, we just continue to use our high quality assessment tool, which is Teaching Strategies Gold, and its partner curriculum, which is Creative Curriculum. And the exciting news for Gold this year is that our special ed counterparts in early childhood have now all been trained or on the training goal, so we're all using the same assessment tool to look at our youngest learners. And our long-term goal is high quality pre-K for all students. We continue to advocate for that.
Do you have any questions for Erica?
Ms. Richmond, do you want us to kind of do questions as you go through? Would that be more efficient?
Yes, that'd be great.
Okay, so board members, any questions particularly on the early learning results?
I had a question.
Go ahead, Mark.
So as we're living in a world of COVID and you set next year's projections, how did the two take each other into account? 5% increase sounds great, but is it really realistic given the environment which we're in?
I think so. We didn't test all of our students, and I don't know. I guess I'm always of the you can aim high, and if you land among clouds, then you'll be okay. I think it's okay to aim for that. And because it's our first year of FAST, we don't know. But with only 72% of our kids tested, I'm confident that we can get close to that. That would be our goal.
And along those lines, has there been discussions about when we are a year down the road, a good understanding of where the student population was this year? You know, we know we had a number of students that have opted out of the schools that I think we all know there's high probability post-COVID they'll come right back into the schools at most likely a different educational point in which they would have been had they stayed here. Might be higher, might be lower, might be the same. We don't know. Has there been thought on that yet?
Certainly, the key to that is just really good formative assessment, not maybe the FAST bridge or, but using data to know where our students are at, where they're coming in from, and then using that data to inform our instruction. I believe that our teachers are very skilled in working with kids at all levels, and especially, kids coming into kindergarten, and we'll talk more about the literacy partnership shortly. I think that's going to be a big benefit to our teachers and ultimately our students.
Partnerships are awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Ms. Workman.
Yes, I think Ms. Witchman probably answered my question, but I'll say it again just to make sure I got it right. My question was going to be, what happens to the results of the tests and how are they used? And it sounds to me like the teachers actually know where each particular student is and how best to address their needs and challenges, and maybe do more for a little different instruction for kids who are at level or ahead and focus on the needs of the others. Am I correct in that?
Yes, absolutely. That's shared with the teachers. Okay. They have access to the data very soon after the test.
Okay, that's good, because sometimes, I'm sometimes concerned, not lately, not in the last 10 years, that sometimes we just have data for the sake of data and it's not really useful. So hearing that really gives me even more confidence in what you're doing. Not that it was lacking to begin with, but so thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Director Nathan.
And hi, Brenda. I may entirely be misunderstanding the situation, but I know we had a number of students who didn't enroll in Rochester Public Schools, and a number of them would have been in kindergarten this year. If they were to come back to us next year as first graders, I assume there's a fast bridge test for first graders, but they wouldn't really be measuring kindergarten readiness anymore. So we would next year be measuring the people who come into kindergarten.
Yeah, we wouldn't have a way around that. And yes, there is fast bridge for all grades K through 8. And at kindergarten and first grade, it's a pretty robust assessment, and it's a one-on-one assessment. We don't just set kids down at a computer in the first weeks of school and ask them to take a test. So it's pretty reliable.
So the first grade assessment will give you very similar information than if they had been tested in kindergarten.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I don't see any other hands raised right now, so let's move ahead. Thank you.
Okay, the next goal is all third graders at grade level proficiency in reading. And, we had said our goal was going to rise a little bit, and then we were not able to give that MCA reading, but we used the fast bridge for the third graders as well. And so I'm going to hand it over to Brandon, who's going to explain a little bit more about this. The results are, we can understand them, but they're a little bit trickier in the older grades. So Brandon.
Thank you, Brenda. Thank you, board members. I'll apologize in advance if you hear my dogs bark. My family is somewhere in the neighborhood about to get home, so I'll just apologize in advance. So as Brenda mentioned, we didn't want to present the world's best workforce without any data on third grade literacy. We did not give our spring local assessment last year. As Brenda said, we didn't give the state assessment. So these are the results from our grade 3 fall screening through FastBridge. And this is a different format of the FastBridge than our kindergarten and our first graders take, test some different domains, but we did test 936 students district-wide. It's about 86% of our grade 3 enrollment, and you can see we have those 3 schools, Falwell, Franklin, and Gage. Those are the 3 schools that remained with the NWEA this year. So those results are not wrapped in here. The other thing you're going to notice compared to the kindergarten results that we just shared is there's a 4th category here, which is that college pathway. Once the FastBridge gets to 2nd grade and above, they add a 4th benchmark, which I guess if we equate it to statewide assessments is kind of like exceeding the standards. So you can see here that when we look at the college pathway and the low risk percentages combined, we are over 71% of our grade 3 students were at either low risk or college pathway already in the fall in reading for 3rd grade.
Any questions about that at all?
Director Marvin.
Thank you. Yeah, I guess Brandon or Brenda, my question, 2 questions. One of them is there's certain schools that did not take the assessment. Was there a reason why they didn't?
They just didn't feel like they were wanting to jump onto a new assessment after, in the fall when we didn't know how we were coming back. We had a weird spring. They just didn't feel like taking on more change. And I think now that we've seen FastBridge, I don't see a problem with everybody doing that next year. So they just, and we just didn't push people. You got to figure out where you really need to push and where you might want to lean back a little bit. And so.
No, and I appreciate that, giving the schools the autonomy because they know their kids better than anybody else. My other question is, do the students and their families get these results? For instance, whether they're on a college pathway or some risk or high risk?
Brandon, can you talk to what the parent reports look like? Normally, we would give these results in the fall when parents come for their first parent-teacher conference. And because those look so different this year, and, we just kind of have some reading might not be the biggest question that parents had when they came for conferences, but I'll let Brandon talk to what that parent report looked like.
Yeah, so the results typically are shared in a couple of different ways. There is a family report that schools can generate in the FastBridge system and share those either, if we were in person, but I think a number of schools shared them electronically at virtual conferences. The results are also uploaded into the student portfolio in Skyward, so they are accessible for parents within the portfolio in Skyward.
So I'm clearly not an expert in this, but it seems to me that if I had a 3rd grader and the school district told me, your kid is not going to make it in college, if that's the way I'm interpreting that, not going there in 3rd grade, and that ship has sailed, that would be incredibly demoralizing. Or maybe I'm just seeing this wrong.
No, I don't think you are. And Director Marvin, when I went to the initial training on FastBridge for our district, I had that very conversation with our trainers, and I expressed my personal displeasure with the terminology college pathway, just because of that, exactly what you said. Unfortunately, I'm a firm believer in the usefulness and the validity of this assessment. That is the one piece that I'm, if I could change it, I would change that terminology. And I think what they struggle with is you can't. I don't think we can say that any student has no risk, right? Because all students have some type of risk factor. So, but I absolutely understand where you're coming from. I don't think the intent is to say anyone who's not in that college pathway doesn't have what it takes to be successful in college, but I certainly think there's the possibility that it could be perceived that way.
Thank you.
Superintendent?
Yes, I do want to comment on that. I think that's, Jean, you bring up a good point, and I think as we communicate and share these results with parents, we have to really, I think Brandon used the example. He said really what it means, it's they're above proficient or doing better than expected, the college pathway. I think probably where that came from, even when we use NWA, remember, Brandon, that there was a score that you could get to determine if you're college and career ready. So I think that's probably why there's that comparison there. And I think Brenda or Brandon, one even mentioned that Fall One Franklin Engage doesn't mean they didn't give an assessment. They just stayed with the NWA. So they did test their students, just chose not to use the new tool, but stick with the one that we've been using for several years.
That is correct.
Great, thank you. Good questions. Anything else on third grade literacy? Okay, let's go on.
So we are going to just keep that MCA 3 goal that we had. And then, but we also want a growth goal because, it's great to look at achievement, but, sometimes, a lot of times kids are making great progress, even though they're not quite at grade level. So we are adding in a growth goal, and Brandon will explain this one too. This gets a little tricky how that's worded.
Yeah, now my dogs are barking, of course, but I'll work through this. So we had some good conversations in our C&I leadership team because the way that FastBridge works, it's very similar to NWEA, where students, when they take the assessment, they get a proficiency score. And that's like what we just showed you at that high risk, some risk, low risk, or college pathway. Once we give them that second screener, either in the winter or the spring, they will also receive a growth designation. And it uses the same benchmarks. So the system will measure their growth from fall to, let's say, spring. And based on their growth, they might have growth that falls in the low risk category.
It's okay. We've all been there.
And so the reason that we'd like to present both is because a student could have a spring score that is, let's say, highly proficient, but maybe they did not demonstrate a full year's growth or the amount of growth that we'd like to see from a student in a year. And vice versa, they could show 2 years growth, but still be below that proficiency level that we would want to target.
Thank you for that. I appreciate looking at both of those because I think that's definitely been, talked about over the last few years. It's not just the one score of proficiency, it's are they making progress towards that goal? And I think it's important, to Jean's point earlier about the designation, is that what we call the growth mindset, right? That you can do better, you will get better, you have that potential. So that's good to hear. Any other questions on this piece? Do you want to go on to action steps and then take questions?
Sure. So you've heard a lot about the literacy partnership, and we will probably this spring bring in some teachers who've been living it, and that is looking a little bit different than it would have if we were face to face, but we continue to march down that road. And Peter Dodds is here to kind of talk about these next steps.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, board. I haven't gotten to meet a lot of you yet. My name is Peter Dodds. I'm elementary curriculum and instruction. And just wanted to talk briefly about the action steps around this third grade goal the main bulk of the work in order to get all of our students achieving in 3rd grade is really looking at the science of reading. And I know the board spent some time last spring talking about this idea of the literacy partnership, and we are on our way to do that. And I'm really proud of the CNI team for doing the work around it, but I'm incredibly proud of our teachers and how they have latched on to the science of reading in the middle of everything that's happening in the 2 learning models that we've had to change at the elementary level. Our K-1 teachers are really doing a lot of hard work and good work around making sure that we are being explicit in our instruction around these foundations, which is really phonemic awareness and phonics. And they're doing that with 2 new curriculum supports this year in the midst of all this. So I know all of you probably talk with teachers, and I encourage you to talk with teachers, but I also encourage you to pat our K-1 teachers on the back, or maybe virtually on the back, but they have really stepped up and done a lot of really good work around this. You can see how many teachers we're talking about in close partnership with special education that also needs this support to meet their students' needs. And you can see how many hours over the course of the year of professional development our teachers are committing to. The plan is to continue this work at the upper grades after this year and kind of slowly move up the chain. And I have to say, I feel like this is a good position to be in, particularly as we look at the new standards rolling out in English language arts in the coming, the final draft has been proposed by the state. And there's a huge focus and new focus on the foundations and the science of reading. And I feel like this is setting RPS up to be at kind of the front end of these new standards by doing this work now, even though it's been incredibly hard. So that's the action steps that we've taken specifically around that goal.
And while these goals are K-1 focused, I mean, we are doing things in 2nd and 3rd grade too. We haven't forgotten about them. This year, we're really working with teachers to key in on the most important standards and the ones that have the most leverage that are really going to help students continue to build on skills. So we didn't forget about the other grades, but the focus is really on K-1 this year.
Great, thank you. Director Barlow.
Yes, Brenda, Patrick. Since we're speaking of the science of reading, and I'm intrigued by that, I'm curious, does the science of reading make any allowances or considerations for the individual learning style of our early learners? Does it differentiate, or how is that being addressed or considered?
Absolutely, and I think I'm going to let Peter take that.
Yeah, so the 2 new curriculum that we have, one is more focused on that phonemic awareness foundation, and one is more focused on the phonics foundation. One specifically is all about kinesthetic learning and making phonemic awareness instruction not only verbal, but spatial, tactile, and that I think is what most people are excited about with this curriculum. And I think as the more areas of the brain that our learners are engaging in, that's how that curriculum is designed. So it's, and then certainly using the other tool, the other curriculum, phonemic awareness curriculum, to focus on what are the individual students' needs in terms of blending, in terms of segmenting. You can get differentiated data on that, and then creating small groups around the needs of the students by the classroom teacher.
And I'm excited. First of all, I call you Patrick. I'm sorry, Peter. Okay. That being said, it's exciting to me because I am of the opinion that if we are able, or when we are able to take into consideration the individual learning style of each student, then better positions us, even from a curriculum consideration. I mean, to design, if you will, and maybe even during this time of distant learning, I'd be curious, how, if technology, what interface that may have with this, how you're matching and meeting and responding, if you wouldn't mind.
It certainly provides a new challenge, right, in distance learning. And I know that that's going to be the next big hurdle. It's one thing to learn a new curriculum for our teachers. It's another thing to learn a new curriculum and then a new delivery model.
Sure.
So I know that our teachers are excited by the curriculum. They're like, this is really good stuff, but man, this is going to be really hard now that we're in distance learning. So we are working to figure out how can we keep those same pieces that are good about the curriculum doable in distance learning, and there's certainly a plan for it. It's not the perfect fit, but it's going to take all of us to kind of come together and brainstorm good solutions around it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, we can move on. Thank you very much.
So the next goal is closing the achievement gap between student groups, and our goal last year was that all student groups would decrease, so the achievement gaps, and then we didn't do any MCA testing, so we just are kind of rolling over that the 1920 goal into the 2021 goal, and they're just all the student groups broken up. To just say 10%, it looks different with every subgroup, so that's why it's broken down in there. And then we're keeping that goal. We're just saying 10% on those, aggregated MCA tests in grades 3 through 11. And really with the help of the upgraded achievement and integration plan, we have many action steps for this goal. And Heather Willman is going to share those action steps.
Good evening, board members. So one of the things that we're working on, and I know you're well aware of this, is fully implementing equitable grading and assessment practices. So this is our first year in implementing those, although many of our sites have been working for this for 5 or 6 years. So we really feel good about the growth that's happening at our sites. Right now, we're really focusing on feedback and how we provide the right amount of feedback to our students. Challenging in distance learning, but our teachers are working really hard on thinking about different ways to provide voice feedback, to make sure that they have one-on-one kinds of conversations, and then different ways to assess and understand where students are at with their learning progression. We also are working on increasing the percentage of teachers who implement culturally responsive practices and pedagogy. And one thing we're really excited about this year is that we have equity teacher leaders at every site. Some of our sites have more than one equity teacher leader, so we felt like we've spent a lot of time learning from lots of experts who have come from outside the district, and we felt like it was time to really leverage the knowledge and the expertise of the teachers within the district. So that group comes together once a month and then really looks at how can they continue equity conversations in their building. So we had the first share out at our last meeting last week, and we have just some amazing things happening at our sites. One of our sites has all of their staff taking the IDI assessment and then doing some reflection on that. We've got another site that's doing some reading and studying and then coming together. And so we're just excited about really thinking about the knowledge and the expertise that we have within the district. We've also, that intercultural developmental inventory, district leaders and teacher leaders have taken that. So all of our equity teacher leaders, and then our district leadership, so our principals, student support services. And then we continue to really work on recruiting and retaining teaching staff who reflect our student population. That's a huge goal for us. And so we're excited about having some additional equity-focused staff. We just hired Sarah Louise Henry, who will be equity coordinator, working with us in curriculum and instruction. And then we have Willie Tipton, who will be working with human resources and student support services in those areas. So we feel really excited about a lot of the action steps that we have in place to look at closing that achievement gap.
Thanks, Ms. Willman, and thanks for your patience. Director Nathan, go ahead.
So I just want to see if anybody else wants to have a conversation about the 10% goal. I know that we had it in the past, but this is a different kind of learning year. And I'm wondering what you see about the relative benefit or not benefit of setting the goal lower. If you think it's more important to set a goal that we think we can reach, that might give people more positive feedback because we've made progress, or if the 10% goal is a standard that pretty much everybody does. I just think it's a different year, and I'd be willing to have a conversation about what the right number is.
The reason that is so high because by 2025 we are supposed to have no achievement gap between our student groups. So, will we meet 10%? I don't know. But, mathematically, we've got to do some pretty good jumping in order to get there by 2025. And I know it comes back to that philosophy of goal setting. Do you make it, a SMART goal should be achievable? I don't know. I tend to set them very high.
Okay, any other thoughts on the percentage on the closing the achievement gap?
I have my hand up.
Yes.
Okay, just wasn't sure if, I know your hands have been up, so I do see them. I'm going to go to Director Barlow and then Director Workman.
Thank you, Chair Seelinger. So I think action steps are important, and correct me, Brenda, if I'm wrong. You're not stating that they exist simply to check the box of saying we are compliant with having set a goal, but are you of the mindset that everything coming together, these are achievable goals? In part, I hear that concern being expressed, at least as I understand Director Nathan. If they're not realistic based on, the pandemic, then perhaps this would be a good time to do a reset, offer a discussion, so that there's a expectation of support. Okay, we're not going to be looking at you overly aggressive, asking how come, why not, especially in light of the reality that we each are aware of. So I wanted to put that in play initially, but then also circle around to Heather, if at all possible, to make sure there's a shared understanding of the use of the term equity. I have done some reading and support the concept of equitable grading and assessment practices. I'm excited that this district has undertaken that and has for a number of years, and know that it is less about the grade being achieved and more about the learning having occurred. I think it's important to understand. I spent most of an hour listening to a community member last week, or actually the day before our elections, trying to understand what the word equity meant. They had rolled a number of other things in the conversation as to what they believed equity to mean. And so I think it's important that while the board, cabinet, we may share a common lexicon of knowledge regarding equity, our community may not, and they may think it means something different than how we're actually using it. Is it possible, not that I'm looking for Webster definition, but is it possible for you to offer perhaps a brief word or two regarding what equity means or what the goal is as it relates to grading, assessment practices, and even the role that equity teacher leaders may play?
I'm pretty sure Heather and I will agree on this definition, and I'm going to go ahead and let her take that.
Well, I think what we really think about when we think about equitable grading practices is we want to be sure that our grading practices are fair and accurate, that they represent the learning, and that they're bias resistant. So we don't have things like behavior, attendance, culturally defined things. Sometimes we've had things like respect that can be defined very differently. And we want to be sure that the grades really reflect the learning and that they are bias resistant. So that's probably how I would define that in terms of grading and assessment practices. One exercise that we did at our equity teacher leader meeting that was really helpful is we thought about what would it look like to have an equitable school system for our students? What would it look like to have an equitable school system for our teachers, for our community? What would the curriculum look like? What would the instruction look like? And so bringing those teacher leaders together to define what would those measures of success be? What would it sound like? What would it feel like? What would we see? Kind of helped us operationalize what does that look like and sound like. And I think that definition is only as good as who you have in the room and the multiple perspectives that you bring together. So I really appreciate your question, Director Barlow.
I agree. Thank you for that, Director Barlow. We know, maybe you'll hear more later about working with our student school board on the topic of equity recently, that, that can mean many things to different people. Superintendent, did you want to make a comment here?
Yes, I do want to make a comment about the goal. I think really as Brenda explained, the rationale behind it is what the state is telling us where we need to be in 2025, and then you work backwards on what kind of percentage of gains do you have to have every year in order to get to that state goal. I would agree with Director Nathan that it's probably 10% is potentially probably not realistic. Adjust that and lower it to maybe 5%. But like I said, the rationale behind it is, how much are we going to have to gain each year in order to reach that state goal when they told us we have to reach that percentage.
And I would assume, not knowing the status of our MCAs, that that could change too, depending on pandemic and distance learning. So thanks for that. Director Workman, thank you for your patience.
Yes, it's really hard for me to frame this so it makes sense, but I'll give it a shot. And please tell me when I'm not making sense. I mean, most of you do anyway, but I'm certainly open to that. So my question is, or my comment is, the opportunity or the achievement gap with our student groups is measured against where our white students are now. They're not measured. So next year, then, when we see this, will we see it based on the progress that they made where the white students were now versus where they might be a year from now? I mean, whenever you're talking about percentages versus, set standards or set numbers, it can tell a different story. So if our white group made a gain of 15% this next year, and we're taking where they are now and saying a 10% increase needs to be there, then the white group has moved even farther away. So I'm not sure how you balance reporting that to us, because it's very possible that our other student groups have made significant gains, but it might not be reflected in the way the percentages are presented.
I think one thing I can maybe offer in terms of thinking about that is that we want to make sure that we are decreasing that gap, but that all student groups are also making progress. So we don't want the gap to close because we have a student group that's not making progress. So many times we'll talk about making sure that we're decreasing the gap and all student groups are making progress. And we have those two pieces that we report so that we can look at that.
So in a sense, the percentages are really, I don't want to say they're not important because they are, but they're not necessarily a measure of how well our students are doing. You know, or what would happen if the white student group progress decreased? You know, then the other student groups would look like they had been, you know. So how much of it is the gap versus how much is it just where are we on achievement, and how are we measuring that? Is it just purely MCAs? I don't think so. And I understand in education that we keep trying to measure a lot of things that really aren't easily measured, if at all. To give you an example, about 20 years ago, when I was on my way to, I remember this, to Century High School from John Marshall, driving past Jefferson, and there was a conversation about in Minneapolis school board members and how their kids weren't at grade level, yet their growth had been like 80% that year, but they were still deemed to be a failing school because, you know, they hadn't met that mark. Whereas another school, you know, maybe their students had made gains of only 5%, but since they were already close to grade level, then they were fine. And I mean, I know we don't measure like that anymore, but I just want to make sure that we're also staying on track for not only what the gap is, but where are they actually in their academic performance. And I'm sure you keep track of all that, and maybe that's just not part of this particular report.
Well, for the world's best workforce, I mean, that's the measure we've chosen in there. And we did think about adding more measures because we certainly can. But when we look at the achievement and integration plan, I mean, there it has ACT in there, but it's also the total percentage of students accessing concurrent course offerings, and that's broken down by student groups. And percent of students with passing grades, and that's broken down by student groups. So, you know, we're already collecting that, and it's kind of weird that it's in a different report. So that's why, like, next year at this time, I'm happy to, that's our plan anyway, sure, that we would present both of these. So it's a more comprehensive picture.
Okay, so what you just mentioned now is not reflected in this closing the gap report here.
Not for world's best workforce, but it is for achievement and integration.
And I think we will talk through the concurrent enrollment goal, I think, next.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Director Nathan and then Director Barlow.
And Brenda, if I remember World's Best Workforce from previous years, you did also report on the proficiency level by student subgroup as well, not just the gap percentages. So we usually do see the proficiency level as well as the achievement gap.
We did that last year when we did that study session and had so much data. It's just was a little bit harder this year.
Right. But hopefully if we have MCAs, we'll have that new information. Okay, for next year. Great, thank you.
Okay. And Director
and
Barlow.
We do, sorry. And I was going to say, we do also look at ACT, and that's another measure, just so that we're not just looking at MCA, because I know you're all interested in helping us look at multiple measures to know whether our students are being successful.
Yep, for sure. Thank you, Ms. Willman. Director Barlow.
So I guess I want to be clear in what I say next. And so the goal ultimately is not to bring other student ethnic groups to where the goal is not for everyone to achieve to the, well, how can I say this? Okay. Scoring as the white students may score is not the ultimate goal. Okay. I guess I want to say that first. But the goal, however, is, especially with equitable grading, I believe it presupposes that there may be some issues that have existed that has created the gaps to begin with, and that there are additional acquisition of skills and strategies that are designed to not necessarily just, if you will, close the gap, but free the learners to learn and to achieve at their potential, which ultimately, and I've seen the example of equity being portrayed as a race, a 50-yard dash where people are starting at different places of the dash. And if, one group of learners is starting from the 25-yard line and everyone else is starting from the starting line, well, one group of learners is always going to be, they're 25 points ahead of everyone else. So I guess as a member of the board, I want to have that assurance in knowing that the goal is not to get, the goal is not to have all students. Well, let me try to rephrase this again. The goal, the white students are not the goal, okay? But educational excellence and fulfilled capacities of all of our students is the goal, and it's simply trying to work through to allow all of our students to achieve that. I guess I've struggled with saying that, but maybe I've said it. I don't know.
Thank you, Director Barlow. Superintendent.
Yeah, I think Director Barlow, I think you hit it the nail right on the head. If we look at our mission statement, it's to give all students the skills and knowledge they need to reach their full potential. And I think just the discussion we're having tonight really highlights the problems with the way that we measure the achievement gap, and the fact that just for what Director Barlow just said, and then the other, earlier we were talking about grading for learning. Grading for learning, we are communicating what the student has learned. So when I take the test, I may not have passed it all, but I can retake it again and demonstrate later that I mastered what you've asked me to master. Whereas the state assessment, we're measuring what you know on this day. And using your race, that you mentioned, Director Barlow, about the 50-yard race, some students are going to get to that 50-yard line sooner because they're ahead of the others that are way back at the starting line. And that's the problem with using the state assessment. You're measuring where kids are at that day, not, they may not be where they need to be. They may be 30 yards up to the 50-yard dash when we take that state assessment, but later on, they're going to reach that finish line. And I think that's just the whole problem with how states measure student achievement and the achievement gap. They assume that every student moves at the same pace at the same time, and that it doesn't work that way. And that's why I'm really excited about the grading for learning, because we yeah, we're going to give you an assessment now. Okay, here's where you're at now, but we're going to give you a chance to relearn and reteach, and then take that assessment later to show me that you have mastered what we want you to do. So I think it's been a great conversation, but it really highlights the problems, I believe, not only with state assessment, but with the way the achievement gap is described.
Thank you, Superintendent. Director Nathan.
Well, Superintendent, I'm glad that you made that statement about the problems with the way that the state measures, because one of the things that frustrates me a little bit is when I read in the World's Best Workforce report that we go through all this work to submit this report and we don't get any feedback from the Minnesota Department of Education. But I also see the work that Curriculum and Instruction is doing to, I guess, diversify the kinds of metrics that we use to see how our students are doing. The Achievement and Integration Plan, I mean, I can't wait. You know how I feel about those metrics. I can't wait to see those metrics next year, because I really think it is a reflection of looking at our students and the best way to see where they're at. So I don't want to minimize our requirements for the state, because they are state requirements and we have to meet them. But I'm just wondering if you need the board to give you flexibility, or if you're willing to take the flexibility to make this reporting less about what the state requires us to do and more about what we think are the right metrics that really reflect how our students are. We meet the base requirements of what the state has us do with World's Best Workforce, but we really spend more of our time on those things that you really think show us the metrics of how our district's programs are resulting in student achievement. I don't know what you think about that.
No, I think that's a good point. There are some states that are doing exactly what you're stating, Kathy, that they do report their state scores, but they also bring in parent satisfaction, number of students that participate in AP courses, and a variety of things, which gives a true measurement of the system versus a snapshot of how students are on that day when they took the state assessment. And then there's other factors that play in. If I'm having a bad day when I took that assessment, is that really an indication of where I am at that time? Or if I'm just not a really good test taker, but that's the only way you're going to measure what type of learning I have. So I think having the flexibility to look at a variety of different measurements, to me, is probably a better indication of how our system's doing and how our students are doing across the system.
And I think that might be a perfect segue to our next slide. I think we're going to talk a little bit about ACT readiness, and then we'll get into concurrent enrollment, which was a measure that we looked at as well.
So this was the 1920 goal, and you've seen that ACT college readiness increasing. And then these were the results from this year, and the students did take the ACT. I don't know, Brandon, was it February? We got that in before the pandemic. So
yeah,
those
we were one of the lucky few districts in the state that selected the early spring testing date. There were a lot of districts that had to run a special ACT date this October in order to meet state statute, but we were able to get ours completed last year before the shutdown.
So we're going to, now this is a little bit of a change from the 1920 goal. We expanded it to that college ready benchmark in all 4 areas, because this goal is exactly in the achievement and integration plan. And then we've also added the percentage of students who are accessing concurrent course offerings. And then Brandon will talk about the action steps.
Yeah, so we have a number of of really exciting things in the works to increase career and college readiness. And Director Nathan, I think this speaks directly to what you were talking about, which is we know that, ACT, that college ready benchmark, is one metric that, is a nationally normed metric that folks use to determine if a student is ready for college, but it doesn't really give us any indication of their readiness to move into a career. And so, one of the biggest is the onboarding of PTech 535 starting in the fall, which as of today, I believe we're just 1 or 2 applications shy of 100 for our 60 spots, and that will really target students who have been historically underrepresented in post-secondary and in the workforce, and they will have some really intense support and guidance to move through and graduate in those 4 years with the skills that they need to be successful regardless of what pathway they take. We have, over the last year and moving more into this year, are developing career trees with a gentleman by the name of Mark Perna and his company. We created 7 different career trees last year, which basically outline for students, if I want to work in health careers, there are a number of careers I can look at with a professional degree, a 4-year degree or higher. There are careers that I could look at in health sciences with a technical degree, maybe a 2-year degree. And then there are careers that I can look at an entry level where I could move directly into the workforce. And so we did 7 of those trees last year, and this year we're going to be expanding with business, automotive, and education and child development. And then I'm actually working with a counselor to develop some middle school trees as well, just to increase awareness for our students on the skills and the attributes that they need to be ready for whatever their future holds for them after graduation. We continue to look at additional pathways to prepare students for college or career. As you'll find out in the regular board meeting, we're going to be introducing some additional courses aligned with pathways, namely EMT, CDA, which is Child Development Associate, and a Law Enforcement Careers course. We continue to place a high level of focus on literacy and critical thinking within our classroom instruction, regardless of the department or the course area, making sure that students are being challenged to increase their literacy skills and their ability to think critically. And then expanding mentorship opportunities for students within Rochester Public Schools. We've added the firefighter mentorship. All of our students in PTech will have a one-on-one mentor from industry, and we're really looking at trying to expand opportunities for students to connect with members of business and industry, members at the post-secondary level, to serve as mentors for them.
Any questions for Brandon?
That's some very, very exciting news and work that you're doing in these pathways. I don't see any questions right now, so I suggest we just keep chugging along.
So the last goal is all students graduate. So graduation just increasing, and that's, again, this was on that pathway to have, I believe it's 95%. But the problem with this goal is just does not line up at all, because we don't get our graduation results until March 2021. So we have this goal in here, but there's no way that it can line up. But again, this is something we're monitoring more through A&I. So we don't have this data. We can't even tell you that until March 2021. But and we do look at that by student groups. Again, this is kind of old data. So we're just marching ahead with that goal that we had established, with no student group below 80%. And then Monica is going to talk to us about some action steps, and there's a lot of excitement here too.
Let's go to Ms. Bowler, and then I'll take my board member questions. Thanks.
Good evening, Chair Seelinger and members of the board. So our goal, of course, is for all students to graduate, and some of the action steps that we have been undertaking are as follow. We will continue to support alternative pathways to graduation, like our Rochester ALC, our success labs within our high schools, and our success coaches within our schools. We'll continue to support student emotional needs, especially at this time. We'll support intentional transition planning between 8th and 9th grade, and I'll talk more about that in a moment. And we'll continue to develop career pathways, as Brandon was just mentioning. And also that PTech 535, we're all very, very excited to have that program and that opportunity for our students. And then a very recent development is that we are putting together a college and career readiness planning and implementation team. And we're going to start with pulling together some staff already. We'll be adding more staff. We'll be getting input from students and parents and community members. And we're just going to put together and align some of the efforts we've made here and there in the district around career and college readiness planning. And so we will discover some of the wonderful things. Each of us walks in our own shoes and travels in our own sphere. And so we will be coming together to kind of compare notes and to make a plan where students can access a lot of college and career readiness and have kind of a pre-K-12 plan in place so that students have a lot of options in mind. We know that students typically, starting at a young age, know doctor, nurse, lawyer, teacher, and whatever their parents are, and firefighter. And we do have that covered at CTech now, so it's wonderful. But anyway, that's what students know, and we want to expose them to many, many more opportunities and help them complete a pathway so that they can do what our mission tells us we want students to be able to do, reach their full potential.
That's excellent. Okay, I'm going to go to my colleagues. Director Nathan.
Right, I have to remember that question. So the first question was, when we do the reporting on the 4-year graduation rate, do we also have that same delay for the 5-year and 6-year up to 7-year graduation rate? Is that still all delayed by a year?
I will let Brandon respond. Yes.
Yes, all of the graduation rates come out at the same time in March, and interestingly enough, it used to be January and now it's March, so that delay unfortunately is not getting shorter, it's getting longer.
But when that data comes out, as I remember, we have a really good record of those graduation rates past the 4 years. So I hope we'll continue to see those numbers, because I think it's a story we have to share with our community, that not all students graduate in 4 years, but our success rate in eventually getting students graduated is really important for people to know.
Yeah, and one thing I'll share, Director Nathan, that I know our high schools do a really good job of is when we get those graduation rates, the high schools get a roster. So a student by student roster of what their that student's ending designation is, whether it's graduated, continuing, dropped out. And I've sat in some meetings with our admin teams where they've gone through that, and it's pretty amazing because they can tell you the individual story of each of those students. So if a student is listed as continuing, it's likely that they have some additional credits they're completing. If they're listed as, dropout or unknown, it isn't that, students are falling through the cracks. Our high school administrative teams know these students individually and they know their stories. and the barriers that existed for them to complete that graduation in 4 years. It's quite impressive, the personal connection they have with each of their students.
That's great. And I don't know if my question interrupted Monica's presentation, but are you telling us more about the intentional transition planning between 8th and 9th grade?
Oh, yes, that will be one of the big areas that we do. We know that our students register usually in December and January for high school, our 8th graders. But we want to be doing some things, and we did start doing some things last year in our AVID classes. We have the AVID program at John Adams and Willow Creek. And we really started to help students see some of their options. Oftentimes at that time of year, high school registration takes off in a hurry, and we'd like to take more time with students. We have an 88-page course booklet, because you review it, and it has a lot of really helpful information in it. But families are very busy and don't always have time to sit down and don't always realize what they might be missing by not looking into that. And so we are not just starting with 8th grade, but we will eventually be working with grades much younger than that, probably starting in 6th grade, to really look at where do I want to go and what's going to help me get there.
Thank you.
That's excellent. Yes, we will be looking at that course guide later this evening. Director Marvin.
Thank you. And my question or comment, I guess, is related to what Director Nathan said. The 4-year graduation rate, I guess that's the gold standard that the state and that other agencies use. But it seems to me, I hope that we can start looking at graduation a little bit differently, that when a student has gotten when students have gotten what they need to be successful, that's when they graduate. And if it takes more than 4 years, and if we can continue to provide them what they need for more than 4 years, that's not a failure. I know we have amazing programs, especially for some of our special education students who need that extra year or 2 or 3 before they're ready to be more independent and more successful. So it's great to ensure that all our students graduate, but I wish, and I guess this district can't control that we had a different way of measuring success other than you finished high school in 4 years.
Thank you. Director Barlow and then Superintendent.
Yes, Brenda and Monica. So yes, I did look at the 88-page course registration guide, which is actually for our next meeting, but you did make reference to the college and career readiness planning. I was just curious, is that incorporated into the course registration guide or separate from? Can you perhaps speak briefly to that?
Yeah, the planning committee that we're drawing together will address beyond the course registration guide, but the point at which an 8th grader is registering for high school, and we hope making a 4-year plan, and we hope having some aspirations. Not everyone knows what they want to do with life at 13, but at the same time, they should have some ideas about what they might be doing. And so that will be a part of it, but the committee itself will be looking at making a cohesive plan so that all students K-12, pre-K-12 actually, we've invited Erica to join us as well, but so that all students start thinking about this not junior year. And we do still see plenty of that at high school or senior year, seniors waking up and going, I don't have a plan. And that doesn't feel good for them. It doesn't feel good for their parents, and it doesn't feel good for our community. And so that's really what we want to be working on and taking some time throughout the many years that students are with us to do some intentional planning. and to just really, really expose students to a lot of different options that they have.
Thank you.
I really appreciate this discussion and the current work and the future work. As a parent of a senior, you know, those of us who either have one or have gone through that know that that is a year filled with a lot of things. And I think to Director Marvin's point, you know, the way in which we talk about our students graduating and what they will do next, you know, I would love to see a shift in that language, not asking every student, where are you going to college, what are you doing next year, but really expanding that in terms of what are your interests, what are your passions, you know, what kind of person and citizen do you want to be, and not just be so focused on the, you know, doctor, lawyer, fireman, teacher, things that I think, you know, we start with sometimes that I think is, you know, really narrow for some of our students to dream bigger. So really appreciate that work. I'll invite you to go on to your next slides. Thank you very much.
Just wrapping up, the last part of this is equitable access to effective and diverse teachers. And we do have 97.9% of our teachers this year are fully licensed, and 91.4 are very experienced, having taught 3 years or more. So we, this is one goal that we really knock out of the park. So but we continue. I mean, the part that we don't knock out of the park, I mean, our teachers are highly qualified, but we know that we need a more diverse teaching staff. So we are going to continue to try to attract students of color. We are excited about our Employees of Color Resource Group. They're providing a lot of networking and support for all employees, and particularly teachers of color. And now we have a coordinator of equity who's focusing on hiring and retention of employees of color. So that's the area that we need a lot of growth in, is having a teaching employee force that looks like our students. So I'll submit this as soon as I can after December 15th. And like I've mentioned a couple times, maybe more than twice, that next year we plan to present both of these in November, maybe even October. So that was a lot. Any other questions for us?
I will start, of course, saying thank you, Ms. Wichman, and of course your team for the wonderful presentation, highly informative. Appreciate the questions by my colleagues. I think this is a really good time to reflect on, you know, this leads us into talking about certain things, but there are things that impact all of our students. And so appreciate your presentation and your patience with our questions and comments. And I think that we would all agree that we are partners in this work, even from the board table. So much appreciation. Director Nathan.
I thought I heard you say something at the beginning of the presentation, but I just want to make sure I understand. So last year we passed a resolution to actually approve the World's Best Workforce Plan. Is that on the plan for this year, or because of the time frame we would really have to do it at the December 15th meeting, right?
Because that's the next board meeting.
Right. And you don't even have the form yet, so
no, I can't.
There's really nothing for us to approve yet.
Yeah, and I mean, you're just approving what I submitted to you. When you go in to submit it online, it's like filling out a Google form, and then it just goes away. Whoosh, you're done. So I don't even, you know, see that printed, but you know, I just write in everything that I presented. So
right. So I guess it's a question for our chair: is do we have to have an agenda item on the next board meeting where we take a formal vote? I don't have the statute in front of me, so I don't remember. I just know that it's practice that we usually take a vote to approve it.
Ms. Edgar says it is already on the agenda, so I think it would just be a, maybe it's in consent or maybe it's just a routine item that we've already seen. It'll come as an action item, perhaps. Is my understanding from my my look across to my the one who keeps me on track here in the boardroom. So
perfect. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks. All right. If nothing else, board members, I will let Ms. Wichman and her team off the hook for the evening, or some of them anyway. And I will adjourn this special session at 6:19 p.m. Board members, let's take just 5 minutes before This meeting of the Independent School District 535 School Board is called to order at 6:25 p.m. Thursday, November 17th, 2020 in room 137 of the Edison Building. Present is Mr. Michael Munoz, Superintendent of Schools, and a non-voting ex officio member of the board. Also present is Ms. Wendy Edgar, the Assistant Board Clerk. Ms. Edgar, will you please call the roll?
Ms. Amundson.
Here.
Mr. Barlow.
Here.
Ms. Marvin.
Here.
Ms. Nathan.
Here.
Mr. Schlusner.
Here.
Chair Seelinger.
Here.
Ms. Workman.
Here.
Thank you.
2.01, approval of the agenda. Superintendent?
There are no changes to the agenda.
Move for approval.
Second.
Ms. Edgar?
Ms. Amundson.
Aye.
Mr. Barlow.
Aye.
Ms. Marvin.
Aye.
Ms. Nathan.
Aye.
Aye.
Chair Seelinger.
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
3.01, COVID-19 update. Superintendent?
Yes, first thing I want to do is I'm going to share the district dashboard that's on our website that kind of keeps track of our COVID cases across the district, and then I'm going to introduce you to our COVID team, and then follow that up with a presentation that I have here. Let me share my screen. Okay, just a second here.
Okay, we can see the dashboard.
Okay, just a second here. I have too many windows open here. All right, as I stated, this is can be found on our district website. The first set of numbers we're looking at here are just we've had 220 positive cases since the start of the school year, and those 220 positive cases have, you can see it's broken down. 90 of them have been staff, 45 elementary age, and 85 secondary students, and that has caused a little over 1,000 individuals to have to quarantine. The next set of numbers we have are the most recent data. This last week we had 60 positive cases. 25 were staff, 13 were elementary, and 22 were secondary students. And those 60 positive cases caused 306 individuals to have to quarantine. And then we also put the previous week so you can kind of compare from 1 week to next. So the previous week we only had 40 cases, and we had an increase of 20 cases from the previous week. So this is something that our district COVID team will keep current on our district website. So at this time I want to, if I can have Jen Erke, Director of Special Education, Leah Bancroft, Licensed School Nurse, and Scott Sheridan, Executive Director of Operations, and Heather Nestler, Executive Director of Communication, Marketing, and Technology. If you could all turn your cameras on. Before I turn it over to them, I just really want to thank this team. We have an amazing COVID team. As you can see from the data that I just shared with you, they are very busy, and the board's well aware because you get the communications that this team puts out. I will also say that those are just the cases that we're aware of. There are some that we know that are out there that probably isn't brought to our attention either by the parent or the student, but the cases that we're aware of was shared in our data. So I thought it would be good for the board to hear from the district COVID team, just kind of some of the things that they're seeing and the work that they're doing every day. So I'll turn it over to our COVID team.
Thank you, Superintendent. This is Scott Sheridan, by the way. I just gave you a quick overview of the makeup of the COVID team. A lot of this stemmed from direction that came down from MDH and MDE to form a team that looks into specific district cases. And the team, we've been working together since summer. We were actually working together last spring when we were doing our COVID planning, where we were building safety, and we worked on those plans that we did. The 260 individuals, I believe, that worked on that whole concurrent plan. Our part was the building safety, and so we all started working at that time. And since being directed to be the district COVID team, the four of us, like the superintendent said, have investigated the 200 and some positive cases. The other piece of this, which is really important, is that we also have building coordinators from each building, and that's normally made up of an administrator and one of the nurses. And that group is just as important to this whole investigation piece, because they're the ones that go out, and if a positive case is recorded within one of their buildings, then they do the initial investigation, gathering information for us, and then they provide all that information to the district COVID team, where the four of us go over it on a case-by-case basis, each scenario, going through each of them individually, and making determinations as far as who would be a close contact, what type of messaging needs to go out. And if we get stuck on trying to decide who was potentially a close contact or not, we work really closely with Olmsted County Public Health Services, and also have a pipeline to Minnesota Department of Health for those really tricky cases that require more of their input and expertise to guide us along the way. And with that, I just, the group that the four of us, we work really well together. We spend a lot of time together, sometimes all day long, going over the cases, particularly last week, where we had the 60 cases. Weekends, Saturdays, Sundays, it doesn't really matter. The whole goal here is to protect the safety of the staff and students, and the only way you can do that is to get on these cases right away, inform people appropriately right away who need to be quarantined in order to allow them to take action that they need to protect their significant others in their lives as well, and the people that are around them. So with that, I'll turn it over to the real experts, Jen Erke and Leah Bancroft and Heather, who are the mainstays of this group. All yours.
Thanks, Scott. This is Leah. So one of the things that we wanted to share from our team, and I know it's something that you've probably heard from our families, is about transmission. Are we seeing transmission in our schools? So when we show you the dashboard, we're looking at that positive case data. And how I'd like to say this to our families and to our staff is that's really just one chapter of RPS COVID story. Those positive case data, we don't even know the number. Well, we do. We're trying to track that as far as quarantine for our staff and our students who have community and household exposures. So that 1,000 that you see in quarantine really only ties to our in-building exposures and our athletics and extracurriculars. It doesn't even account for what we have in quarantine for those community and household members. But for the transmission, we wanted to share with you at the beginning of this, I would say just prior to school starting, we might have said we would see some maybe athlete-to-athlete transmission. As we got into the school year, we were starting to recognize more staff-to-staff transmission. Like Scott alluded to, we work very closely with Olmsted County Public Health, and we've asked them if they could verify transmission in schools. It's really hard to be able to verify that number. We can do some, we have suspicions, we can track our patterns, but you can't really, with full certainty, identify that transmission. But I would say in the last few weeks, as what we've seen in our community, you're seeing our numbers go straight up. Two things that we can share is we are definitely seeing an increase in positive cases in our early learners. So we are seeing this in our early childhood groups as young as 3. We are seeing it in our elementary groups. And when we are noticing that in the elementary classrooms, the impact that it has on our students and our staff is quite significant. So one positive case in that environment could potentially take out 20 to 30 individuals just for that one case. And so when Scott talks about the time we spend looking at cases, we really do spend a lot of time trying to look at all the variables and very carefully trying to identify those close contacts, and doing that so we can do our due diligence to that process. I would say in the last week, we would say that we have some suspected cases of student-to-student transmission within elementary buildings. So I think this transition to full DL is coming at a very great time. We're on the cusp where we were seeing, I think you were made aware of a building that had cluster transmission where Olmsted County identified 3 or more epi-linked cases. And I think in that scenario, we're up to 7. So I think we're right in other buildings, right on the cusp of that, where we could be looking at more cluster transmission if we had stayed within the building. So we know we are seeing that happening and taking place. I think the heart of our team, and I want just to be heard for our families, is it's our student and staff safety and health is our top priority. We do take a lot of time when we're looking at close contacts, and we are very well aware that COVID is disruptive, and we know that quarantine is not always popular. And I think it is one of those strategies that the CDC, the Minnesota Department of Health, Olmsted County Public Health has really advised us in using as a mitigation strategy to slow and stop this transmission in our community. And you're watching the numbers like we are as they're just continuing to increase. And when we are asked as community members or even with our staff and our students to quarantine, it really is just asking our community to do that part to stop and slow this, because we as a team want nothing more than to get our students back in our buildings. And I think the sooner that we can really do our due diligence in keeping people home to stop that transmission, the sooner we can get back into our buildings. So I think our team really just wants to share that heart with you to let you know we understand that this is really disruptive, but we want to get our kiddos back in the school too, and so this is part of that strategy with quarantine.
I just want to add, I don't know, the other piece that we think is really important is that we have now had cases in every single building in the district. And so even with our early learning schools and even with our high schools who are already on distance learning, we're seeing cases, and we are seeing that it's affecting every single level. So nobody is exempt to this. Early childhood all the way through our 12 plus, and it's really all over, and we continue just to work together because, like Leah said, our top goal is health and safety for students and staff, and then our next goal really is to get kids back into the buildings.
And the other piece that we've noticed this is really starting to affect is our transportation system as well. We've had van drivers, bus drivers, people that have been riding on bus that have been affected by it as well. So as Jen was saying, it's not just necessarily in the buildings, it's a whole wide range, even outside our buildings, that it's affecting.
Yeah, the only other thing I would add too is that probably a little over a week ago, we had to move 2 buildings to distance learning because we just didn't have the staff capacity to keep them with in-person instruction, and we had a 3rd building that was 1 person short, that having to make that one go to distance learning as well. So, you know, when we have these positive cases and it does require individuals to quarantine, then you have to start being concerned about the capacity. Do you have enough staff to keep that building open and providing that in-person instruction? So I don't know if there's any questions that the board may have about the COVID team. If not, I can move into my presentation.
I see we do have a few hands raised, but before we go to that, Director Marvin and I also serve on the COVID advisory team that meets every other week, along with Dan Coleman from REA and Angel Morales, and then the rest of the cabinet, and Graham Briggs and Dr. Crane from Mayo Clinic. And this is, you know, my colleagues probably know this from being internally, but to the community. This is a stellar team. I have not had one concern about the information we're getting, the decisions we're making, the depth of knowledge and thoughtfulness that's going into the discussions that we have during those meetings. Jean and I, as board members, primarily listen for, ask a few questions, but really we want the experts to ask, to tell us the stories and ask the questions. And although Ms. Nestler, our communications director, did not speak, I do want to thank her in particular. We have seen the COVID letters, come out all times of day, late on weekends, the number of them, the different iterations. So just my appreciation to you, Heather, for taking that piece on. All of the pieces that you represent on this team are so important. It's, from the health and safety and the clinical pieces to the facilities to the communications. I'm very, very proud of our district, and I'm just grateful to have you all. I have a few board members with hands raised. I'll go to Director Barlow and then Director Nathan.
Okay, I just wanted to comment briefly. It wasn't popular when we started the school year in the fashion in which we did. And I just wanted to say thank you to the superintendent and cabinet and my fellow board members who voted with our community in mind, but more specifically our children, students, staff in mind. Certainly, had we not taken that bold action then, we would probably be where we are now earlier. But I'm thankful we are hearing the information we are tonight, and that you've posted the dashboard on our website to be seen and analyzed by everyone, that we're not hiding or withholding anything, and that my understanding is we will continue to provide updates to the community, won't we? Even though we will be totally distant learning, we will continue to provide information to them. Okay, thank you.
If I can answer, or if I can respond to that really briefly, Don, this is Heather, and we will absolutely continue our dashboard update. We are working on a communication to come out to families tomorrow, I believe, encouraging them to continue to submit their positive COVID cases and case numbers to us for their students, even when they're not in our buildings, because that's one of the pieces of data that we look at, either moving the dial forward to bringing our students back or rolling it backward. And MDH, Minnesota Department of Health, is the one that says we need to look at both our school district data, our local data with our county, and then the state data. So while we will still be asking for that, we will absolutely be reporting our staff data. We may not have a completely clear picture of our student data, just because it is a change for parents to not send their students to school or to activities. So they may not be compelled to share that information with us. We hope to work with our county to get that data as well. And so that communication will be coming tomorrow. But yes, our entire goal here is to continue with the transparent communication about the cases that we're seeing that are reported to us. And that dashboard is only as good as what's reported to the school district. It does not account for cases that are outside of the school district or, that are home transmission. So I just wanted to add that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Nathan.
Thank you, Heather, because that was one of the questions I had now that we were going to full distance learning about collecting those cases. I guess my next question is some news that I think came out from Olmsted County, that they don't have enough contact tracers to be doing full contact tracing. So how does that affect your work?
Well, I'll chime in. They won't admit it, but this team that's on the screen here has been doing our contact tracing for the district, and then just submitting it to the county and getting feedback from the county. But they've been doing all the work already, so they'll continue doing that.
And I can just add, so we, moving forward, we know the county, when they made those calls for contact tracing of those close contacts, part of the equation was talking about resources for families. That's a burden that's on my heart. And so we've been talking about how do we get resources to those families who might be deemed as close contact that the county is no longer reaching out to. So I've been in communication with Olmsted County Public Health. They're going to provide us a list of what those resources are. We are going to get creative with how we're using our nurses in the coming days here and having them reach out to our staff and our students, our families, to identify if there are resources that are needed, and we can refer them to Olmsted County so we can at least identify what those resources might be. We also want to make sure that our families understand isolation, quarantine. I think we've been in this for a while now, but it still can be confusing. And even just while they're not in our buildings, just the returning back to life in the community, we want to make sure that we can at least reach out to those families and provide them that information when the county can't. And yeah, we have been hearing for a few weeks that the virus has outpaced our resources. And so we've been taking on a lot of that from the county, but we would like to continue doing even more of that for our families during this time.
I don't have another question, but I just want to add my thanks to everybody. Thanks for all the work that you're doing, and I know it's not over, so hang in there.
Great. Director Amundsen.
I want to add my thanks as well. I also wanted to ask about athletics, and forgive me if this was covered. My internet cut out for a very short time. So I don't think it was addressed, but the governor said that he's looking at ceasing through Minnesota State High School League sports. Is that correct? But we were going to be ending tomorrow anyway, so.
Yeah, I'm going to cover that here with my slides here shortly.
Okay. And I'm just wondering what the rationale was for giving that a few more days beyond the time that we shut down the classrooms.
Are you talking about giving athletics?
Yeah, because the announcement said that we would continue through the 18th.
Yeah, so that has to do with my interpretation of when we make that shift to full DL, which is Wednesday, that's when sports had to quit. So that's the way I interpreted it, that language, that when we made the move, that's when we had to stop athletics. And since Monday and Tuesday were work days for some of the staff, we were allowed to finish their play games. I think there's games going on tonight, but starting tomorrow, there's no athletics because that's our first day of full DL.
Right. My question was, there was some criticism from members of the community that we were continuing to allow athletics beyond in-person classroom, and that was more. I was thinking maybe you'd want to address those concerns.
Yeah. Basically the way it is, if we chose to go to more restrictive when we started the school year, than what data recommended. So since we were in DL at high school and our numbers didn't require us to be at DL, athletics could continue. But once you get to that 50 plus number, which forces you to you have no choice, you have to go to full DL, that's when you have to stop athletics. So since even though we were in distance learning at the high school, our data didn't say that we had to be at DL and had to cancel athletics.
Right, and I'm sorry I didn't make myself clear. My question is the reverse. The criticism in the community was, why would we allow our athletes to continue if we didn't think it was safe to be in the classroom? Why would we think it was safe to be in athletics?
Well, I know there's people who felt that way, and there was others who didn't feel that way, because I've received, and I'm sure we all received communication from both ends of that. But basically, we were following that if we were in least restrictive than our data, athletics could happen. But that has now changed because our data has forced us to go to DL. So that's the reason behind it. I know some people don't agree with that, and I understand that, but that was the rationale for that.
Thanks.
Okay, Superintendent, what else you got for us?
Thank you, COVID team. Let me pull up some slides here. All right, Deborah kind of mentioned I wanted to, I think you're aware of it, but those who may be watching, we do have a COVID advisory team. This is something that's required by the state. Our team is made up of experts from Olmsted County Public Health, Mayo Clinic. We have 2 school board members, district cabinets on there. We have union leadership. We have our district COVID coordinators and myself. And this group meets every 2 weeks to look at state, county, and district data. And we also talk about communications and other COVID-related items. We just recently announced that our phase 3 was to shift to all distance learning. And this was really a decision that was kind of taken out of our hands, that part of the MDE's Safe Learning Plan for 2021, if a district reaches or exceeds 50 plus cases per 10,000 residents over a 14-day average, you do have to move to all distance learning and you have to cancel athletics. So I stated all distance learning for Rochester Public Schools will begin tomorrow, November 18th. There was no school this past Monday, and then today for those elementary and those students who were getting some form of in-person instruction. Phase 3, all distance learning will remain in effect until Friday, January 8th, 2021. And there's 2 reasons for putting that date out there, just to be consistent that when we announced the school year, we put it out 6 weeks or so to have a date that we would at least communicate. Either we're going to stay with that plan or change. So we felt that would be important to put that end date of January 8th. It also gives us a week after a couple major holidays that are going to be coming up, and avoid any potential exposure of students coming back into the school. We'll continue to review data regularly, like we have. The team looks at it daily. Our COVID team looks at it every 2 weeks. And if the data allows us to turn the dial forward or change, we will do that sooner than the January 8th date that we announced. As far as athletics activities and community education and rentals, as I mentioned earlier, if you are forced to go to all distance learning, due to your county data and case rates, you do have to cancel athletics and all extracurricular activities. So as of Wednesday, November 18th, all athletics activities, community education programs, and rentals will cease. Just a little bit about fall sports. Tonight is the last night of volleyball and football. So after Tuesday, the volleyball season will be canceled for the remainder of the season. Tonight, all 3 of our high school teams have their first round of sectional playoffs, but there will be no advancement beyond that. All the other fall sports have already completed their season and postseason, so they were not impacted. And the Minnesota High School League continues to evaluate the upcoming winter sports and return to play criteria for each sport. You can see all the different agencies that are working together with the high school league to come up with a safe plan for students, coaches, and officials and spectators. I do know there's some push to delay the start of winter sports, but not for sure where that's going to land. Also want to make sure that people know that we'll continue to provide mental health support for students virtually. We'll keep our student and family technology support line will still be available, the 1-800 number, and schools will communicate additional information necessary as far as like special area calendars, schedules, distance learning, student expectations, and so on. So that will be communicated by each school to their students and families. We'll continue providing childcare for Tier 1 critical workers, and that will continue that at John Adams Middle School. If parents are currently registered, they don't need to re-register, but parents who need to add this care must register through the school-age child care registration system. We'll continue school meals beginning Friday. We will be providing a 5-day meal kit for children 1 to 18, regardless of what meal price eligibility that they qualify for. So starting Friday the 20th, they'll be getting a package of five-day meals. The last day of drive-through lunch pickup is this coming Thursday, November 19th. And meal kits will consist of heat and serve and ready-to-eat entrees, plus fruit, vegetables, and milk. And there's no pre-registration or paperwork required for families to pick up this food. As I said, the meal kits will be available starting Friday, November 20th. The Olmsted County has agreed to partner with us, and at no cost, they're going to let us use the Grand Park building number 35 to distribute those packed meal kits. And then the district drive-through hot lunch locations will be out of service during the winter months. So there'll be more information regarding December meal kit pickup dates will be available following the Thanksgiving break. And that's all I have on that one. All right, so any questions on our COVID update today?
Yeah, Director Nathan.
So Superintendent, in the last few phases, when we put out our plan, you had a date as to when people could expect the next decision. So do we have that, or because of the COVID cases, we're kind of taking it week by week?
No, we did. January 8th is it was on one of my slides. January 8th is that next date that we will communicate, unless the data gets much better, then we may, kind of like we did this time, we made an announcement a little sooner than I think we told them right before Thanksgiving break we were going to make another announcement. But yeah, January 8th is what we're predicting, and then but if things get much better, we can definitely make that change sooner.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
So I think that leaves with stay tuned, stay masked, right? I see no other questions. So Superintendent, do you have anything else on the COVID update?
No, I think we're good.
Okay. I'm going to keep moving us along, folks. 3.02, equity update. This is an information item. Superintendent.
Yes, at this time I'm going to turn it over to Carl Bakken, Executive Director of Human Resources, and he's going to introduce our 2 new coordinators of equity. Carl.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, board members. Kind of like Brandon said, I'll apologize in advance. It could be kids, it could be a dog. You might even get a cat bombing the video here. Who knows? But I've asked for a couple of minutes of silence. I'm very excited, and we're pleased to introduce our 2 new coordinators of equity, Willie Tipton and Sarah Louise Henry. I emailed them a little while ago. I heard from Sarah Louise. I don't know, Willie, are you here?
Yeah, Willie's here.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome. I'll first introduce Willie. Willie is our new coordinator of equity for student supports and human resources. Willie's been employed with the district since 2014, most recently as an equity coordinator. And Sarah Louise Henry is our new coordinator of equity for curriculum and instruction. And Sarah Louise comes to us from the private and public sector as a social worker. So we welcome them, and we're just excited they've joined our team, and we just look very forward to working with them. I don't know if you guys want to turn on your video.
Yes, my video's on. Hello, school board, superintendent, cabinet, everyone that's on the video. I'm really excited about the new role. It's really something that I look forward to. I'm learning my new roles and responsibilities and meeting all of the teams that I'll be collaborating with. during this endeavor, and just making sure that all of the active work, which is a lot of big things, there's been a lot of great work, but just making sure that everything is lining up with the with the district plan, which I'm excited about as well. It's just the continual improvement of what we're already doing. And I'm just, from doing the work for so many years and just having the opportunity to do it at this level, at this stage is really exciting for me. And I just look forward to working alongside everyone and just doing the work.
Thanks, Willie. Thanks, Willie. I happened to run into Willie in the hallway here at Edison the other day and congratulated him in person. And he always has that beautiful smile and shows such excitement for the work he is done and going to continue. So much congratulations and welcome to your new role. Sarah Louise, would you like to turn your camera on or at least say hello to us?
Hello, hi. It's so good to be here. I'm very excited to just be a part of all of these amazing things that are happening. I am a product of Rochester Public Schools, and I've done a lot of collaborating with them in my previous role, and I was already looking forward to some of the things that I knew were in motion focused around equity, but once I've gotten in this role and started to meet people and really learn more about the different moving parts and work groups and everything that's going on, it's just super inspiring, and I just see the passion of everybody who's involved and the desire. So I really hope to bring just a different perspective and just bring my skills to the table as well. And I'm really looking forward to collaborating with everybody. So thank you for having me tonight.
Thank you. Director Nathan, any thoughts to share?
Welcome, but what's great is that the board had the chance to welcome both Willie and Sarah Louise when we did our Midwest and Plains equity training with the board. And just based on the conversations that we had and the contributions that they made at that work session, it's just going to be great things going forward, and I'm really looking forward to working with the both of you. Your passion is evident, your capabilities are just going to take us where we need to go.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
I guess my hand won't go up when I'm not muted. And anyway, so here I am. I am just absolutely thrilled beyond belief that both of you have taken these positions, and with all the collaboration that's been done already, working on the equity policy and other issues, I'm just thrilled. So thank you for saying yes to doing this work. It's so important, and I'm with you.
Thank you.
Director Barlow, go ahead.
And if I might congratulate Superintendent and Carl Bach and Director of Human Resources. I think this wouldn't be possible without the commitment. The two of them have said that they are committed toward equity, and the board has been saying equity, equity, equity. And this is, I think, a living proof of that shared passion. And while I know both Sarah Louise and Willie, I know that they will represent Rochester Public Schools well, but also elevate the cause of equity appropriately so. So thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Barlow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Okay. Thank you for joining us. I'm assuming there's nothing else. Is there anything else on the equity update, Superintendent?
No, that's it.
Okay. All right. Have a good night, Sarah Louise and Willie.
Thank you.
Thanks. We'll move on to 3.03, child care recognition. Superintendent?
Yes, at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Amy Ike, Executive Director of Community Education.
Okay, got to get the mic on there. Thank you, Superintendent Munoz, board members. It's wonderful to be with you tonight. I have a brief presentation to share with you. It's my distinct honor as I'm waiting for my share to happen. 1 second. Technical difficulties. It looks like it's there and shareable, but it is not. 1 sec. My apologies. Let me see if I can bring it up through Board Docs instead.
It's fine. We are a patient bunch. I think a little technical difficulties are good for all of us to experience what our students might be experiencing.
Let me try this one.
Okay, there. I see something now.
Excellent. I'm not sure why it wouldn't share to begin with. Are you seeing full screen?
Yep, full
okay.
screen. We got things.
Perfect. Well, good evening again, board members, Superintendent Munoz. I have the distinct honor this evening to recognize a tireless group of staff members who has been caring for children of critical workers through the last 8.5 months. Tonight, we take a moment to recognize our child care heroes. At school-age childcare, we put the children at the center and surround them with caring adults and lots of fun activities to spur their imaginations and ignite their creativity. As you know, we have a long tradition of excellent school-age childcare, almost 40 years now, and our success is built on positive relationships between our rock star staff and the children they care for. Of course, these shots are pre-pandemic, as are these. Historically, school-age childcare included exploring the world beyond our schools with trips and new experiences. But last March, everything changed. And without hesitation, our youth programs manager, Nate Schriever, along with our experienced childcare leaders and frontline team members, took all the executive orders, guidance documents, and flowcharts in stride and made care happen for the children of critical workers. Achieving great service in the face of great challenge or great change requires flexibility and a wholehearted commitment to our families. Our childcare team has shown this throughout this interesting journey. So as you can see, we've been through several iterations of this until now, where we are currently at John Adams. All the adults in each family are Tier 1 workers. We have a better picture of use now than we did in the fall, so we've actually been able to create a larger program and a smaller waiting list. So we welcome our families each day at John Adams Middle School with friendly and masked faces to a predictable and safe environment, allowing our parents and guardians to concentrate on their critical work. I want to say a special thanks to Principal Brant Gates and his team at JA for all their support, and of course to our maintenance crew and our student nutrition services crew, without whom we could not run a care site. While our distance might be greater, we're still focused on positive relationships and engaging experiences. And you can see just a few of the things that happen at childcare. And the childcare team is also helping students with their distance learning on a daily basis. So parents let us know in the morning what times students need to be online or what homework they need to work on, and we will assist with that. I would be remiss were I not to remind you of the importance of this work, not only to individual families and to our economy, but especially during this challenging time, I would add that the lives of our friends and neighbors depend on it, as our childcare team cares for the children of critical workers. In the spirit of recognizing our team, I want to take a moment to share the names of more than 175 individuals who have given their time and talent between March, when the pandemic began, at least in our lockdown, to today. They range from teens through adults, students, through professional caregivers, all working to support our families and our community. If you recognize a name or two, please give them your thanks. And guiding this work, setting the standard of care, problem solving, and bringing stability and calm through inordinate change are the team leaders of school-age childcare. And special recognition goes to the photographer of this picture that you can't see, Nate Schriever, who stepped into his youth programs manager role about a year ago and has provided exceptional leadership to the childcare program. I want to thank you, board members and Superintendent Munoz, along with the rest of the cabinet and my leadership colleagues, for recognizing the value of the daily contribution made by our childcare team, and for taking this moment to say thank you for their extraordinary contribution in our time of need. Back to you, Superintendent Munoz.
Thank you, Amy. And this is just another example of staff stepping up during the pandemic. This is not the child care that they are used to providing, but have done, as Amy just showed us, an amazing job of stepping up and continuing to provide that quality child care even during the pandemic. So thanks, Amy, and we really appreciate everything that they do. And I know our families do as well.
Thank you, Amy. 3.04, above and beyond, Superintendent Munoz.
Yes, let me put this up on the screen here. This is our above and beyond individuals for the month of November. And I will read a couple examples and then we're going to draw for a winner. The first one is Kathy Crofton from Franklin Elementary. Every single morning, she greets our students at the breakfast cart, even if they don't get breakfast, with the warmest smile, kindest voice, and welcoming words. She is sincere, genuine, and is exactly how our kids should get to start their day. We are so lucky to have her at Franklin. The next one is Erica Schumacher. Erica has been an amazing leader during this trying year. She manages 4 programs within the district: early childhood, screening, RPS preschool, Rochester family literacy, and the PAIR program at Community Ed. All of these programs have different demands, and yet she treats each program with the attention and support they need. Each day, she takes time to recognize teachers, parent educators, assistants, and office staff for individual successes. She joins live lessons provided by teachers in both hybrid and distance learning, while providing constructive feedback in the moment to support. She continues to steer our ship with determination and grace. And then the last one is Nate Schreiber and the SAC team, which we just recognized. I would like to recognize Nate and the entire SAC team. They have done a tremendous job providing care during this challenging time. They worked quickly to set up critical care. They have worked tirelessly to find ways to provide care for as many of our families as possible. They have had to be creative and plan for different scenarios within a short time frame. Truly, they have done an extraordinary job providing for our families. Thank you. So at this time, I think we will draw our winners.
Yes, thank you, Chair Slinger and board members. I'm Ginny Amundsen, and I am president of the Rochester Public School Foundation. And one part of the mission of our PSF is recognition and appreciation, and this is a wonderful way to do it. So tonight, one lucky winner will be drawn to receive a $25 gift certificate to a local business. And if someone would like to pick a number, we have 11 people there. If someone would like to just choose a number. Is someone willing to do that?
I will. 7.
Okay. Did I hear number 7?
Yes, you did.
Okay, so I put them in actually reverse alphabetical order, and that was the one I was hoping maybe would not be chosen. So it is Nate Shriver and his team. So they'll have to figure out what he's going to do with a $25 gift card, but we will get it to him, and it's very appreciated that all the work that all of these staff are doing at this time. So, and thank you for letting me come and recognize all these wonderful people.
Thank you, Jenny, and we definitely appreciate the support that Rochester School Foundation provides for our staff. They really appreciate it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Jenny. Okay, board members, 3.05, 2020 School Board Committee Assignments Update. Does anybody have an update they would like to share from a committee? Director Amundsen.
Well, it's not really my committee, but I wanted to share it anyway because I don't know whose committee it is right now, but the Gateway Science Fair team just 2 days ago decided not to hold the Gateway Science Fair this year because the virtual option we decided would be one-dimensional compared to the normal science fair offering that we have down at the Gonda building, and the excitement of the day wouldn't be there. And we feel like a lot of students spend so much screen time now that there wouldn't be a whole lot of excitement to having to spend part of their weekend face-to-face over a monitor as well. So while it's disappointing, we are hopeful that it will be only a one-year pause, and there is, of course, the option for students who are very enthusiastic about science fair. These again, I wanted to mention, these are the elementary kids, not the middle and high school kids, but there's an option through Mankato has a Southern Minnesota online science fair using the same online platform that the middle and high school students will be using here, I believe. So anyway, just an update, and it's yet another victim to the COVID pandemic. Sad.
Yes, thanks for giving that update. Director Nathan?
I don't want to take the thunder away from Director Marvin if she's going to talk about the policy committee, so she can give me a high sign if that's what she wanted to do, and I'll do my other ones. So as Brenda Wichman said, we did have a meeting of the CCC and talked about the future of it, and I'm really excited to think about the opportunities for our community to participate on a regular basis in the work of the curriculum and instruction. So community members watch for the development of that and announcement about that way to get involved. The Super Evaluation Ad Hoc Committee has an item on the agenda tonight, which is the product of our work. So we've Director Workman and Director Amundsen and I have been meeting for that. So that that work will be reflected on the agenda item. Director Marvin, would you like to talk about the policy committee?
You go ahead.
All right, chime in, Director Marvin, Director Workman. The Equity Policy Subcommittee met and got to what we think is our next version of the draft, which we'll be sharing with the Employee of Color Resource Group and our new equity coordinators for feedback. We've incorporated feedback that the cabinet gave us on the last draft of the equity policy. And thank you, cabinet, for those of you who participated in those comments that were very helpful. And we're also going to find out how to involve getting some student feedback before we bring it, sort of back to the next step to getting it closer to the board.
Director Marvin?
Thank you. The Parent Family Involvement Committee continues to meet, and they have wonderful information about resources that are available to families. They suggest looking at Peach Jar, calling your school, because whether it's food or clothing or mental health services, they're available. And one of the focuses of that meeting was one of the district's mental health care professionals talked to the group about stress that our students, that our parents, that our staff are all experiencing now, and possible ways of coping with it, because the awareness is enormous that people are feeling stressed. The other committee was Student School Board, and that group has met twice now since school started. Their first meeting, they gave us feedback on distance learning, what's working, what's not working. We took copious notes, and those have been forwarded to building principals. And this last time, I talked about equity issues that they see in this community, and the superintendent was there for that discussion. And then he filled him in on a discussion that all of us just heard. How were decisions, or how are decisions made about when students can go face-to-face, hybrid, or distance learning? So he gave them that information so that they knew about the decision-making process.
Thank you. Director Workman.
Yes, I have a couple of reports, and they're all kind of related, so I'll try and be brief. The Legislative Committee, which right now consists of Director Amundsen and myself, met, and we looked at our legislative priorities from 2007 through 2010 as a structural model to guide the scope of our work. We examined past and present drafts of legislative priorities from AMSD, MSBA, Education Minnesota, and Minnesota PTA. We selected items that we thought resonated the most from a school board perspective. Our wording of items may have been tweaked or combined, but the result is not substantially different from the original items. And the wording may change again when these organizations finalize their proposals. So we basically had 4 categories: funding, COVID response, equity and opportunity, and mental health points. This ties in with the AMSD meeting that I attended recently, earlier in November, that had, of course, many of the same priorities that categories that you just heard on this list. But I'd like to just take you a little bit through the steps in the state budget development. So the timeline. So state agencies make their budget recommendations to the governor based on the November budget and the economic forecast. The governor then submits his budget recommendations to the legislature by January 26, 2021, and he makes supplemental changes after the February budget and economic forecast is released. Then the legislature sets budget targets based on that February budget and economic forecast to develop a final biennial budget that begins July 1st, 2021. So right now, we have a bit of a budget deficit from the October revenue that shows we have a projected budget deficit of $4.7 billion. I think things have probably changed a little bit since November 6th when this information was presented. And that ties in with my third thing, which is the Minnesota School Board Association Delegate Assembly, and I am your representative on that. Usually we have about, maybe 70 or 80 recommendations that are made to MSBA, and they kind of sort through them. But this year we only have 11. Hold harmless for pupil counts, hold harmless for compensatory counts, and I know that is on everybody's #1 priority right now. Right behind it is to fully fund the nutritional programs that we're providing and funding for full access to remote learning. So those are the 4 things under the school finance piece that we will be focused on discussing. Under governance, maintain district authority for annual financial audits, so we can decide who's going to do our audit. Clarification for print, digital newspapers, private duty nurses in schools. So I think those are probably less impactful to our district. Under education programs, remove the instructional hours requirement and funding for regional CTE centers and MSHSL eligibility requirements for online students. So I look forward to this meeting on December 2nd, which is a Wednesday. It will be a virtual meeting, and I will report back once I have attended that meeting.
Thank you. Any other committee reports? Director Amundsen.
I just wanted to remind Director Workman to inform the board about our next steps for the legislative committee, unless Director Workman wants me to address that.
Oh, I guess I don't need to raise my hand. Sure, I'll address that. Our next steps are we will bring our list to the board after we get feedback from Superintendent Munoz and Mr. Carlson, and we don't expect our legislative committee to be fully activated this session because we're already starting behind schedule, but we'll phase in our activities in time for next year. So we'll do what we can with what we have for this session. Anything I missed?
Oh, sorry.
Anything I missed, Director Amundsen?
You got it.
Thank you.
Director Barlow.
Yes, Chair Seelinger. I just had a question. Is it possible for me to ask or inquire regarding the legislative committee? Ask them a question?
Sure, I don't have a problem with that.
It's possible, yes. Well, so at what point will you present to the board the actual request you will be pursuing? Or is it your understanding that this committee acts independent of the board and you're not required to inform of the board as to the request you will have?
Yep, I just said that we will bring the list back to the board after we get feedback from Mike and John. I sent them an email a day or so ago, so I have not expected an immediate response on that since I know they have a few other things on their plate that they're dealing with too.
Thank you.
You're muted, Deborah. We can't hear you.
I turned my camera on 3 times. I don't know what the problem is. Okay. Where are we at? Okay, we're moving on from committee reports. Consent agenda. Is there any items board members want to remove for individual consideration? Hearing none, motion please.
Move approval, Marvin.
Second, Nathan.
Ms. Edgar.
Ms. Amundsen. Mr. Barlow.
Aye.
Ms. Marvin.
Aye.
Ms. Nathan.
Aye.
Kushner.
Aye.
Chair Seelinger.
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you.
Superintendent.
Yes, we have a few retirements we'd like to recognize tonight. The first one Julie Burge, paraprofessional, transportation paraprofessional, van driver, retirement effective at the end of the day, November 27th, 2020, and been with the district 7 years. Next one is Graylin Becker, adult literacy teacher at Hawthorne Education Center, retirement effective at the end of the day, December 31st, 2020. Mr. Becker's been with the district 29 years. And then teacher Daniel Hill, first grade teacher at Bishop Elementary, retirement effective at the end of the day, November 30th, 2020. Mr. Hill's been with the district 31 years. We want to thank those three individuals for their service to the district, and then also would like to take this moment to, we are celebrating American Education Weeks, which is November 16th through the 20th. You know, this is an opportunity for us to celebrate public education and to honor those individuals who are making a difference in ensuring that every student receives a quality education. So I think, you know, we do this every year, but I think this year is kind of special because we're asking our educators to do that during a pandemic. So we appreciate everything they do, but this week we want to give them the special honor.
Thank you. 5.01, approval of the 2021-2022 course offering changes. This is a briefing item. Superintendent Munoz.
Yes, at this time I'm going to turn it over to Brenda Witchman, Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction. Brenda.
Good evening again. We still have Brandon and Heather here for any questions that might come up. You have seen that we have a number of courses added to our 88-page guide and some courses removed. And so how we come about this is the registrars, so the high school registrars and the counselors and Heather and Brandon and Monica and some others and I, we meet monthly. And we start looking at the registration guide, probably in February, when the kids are still registering. All the high school students are registering. And we asked last year every department to take a look at their courses to see if there was anything they wanted to modify or adjust. So Brandon actually met with the business teachers from the 3 high schools, and they made those changes. And you know, it looks like they added 4 courses, but they renamed them to kind of streamline what they were doing. And then the ones at the bottom, the Child Development Associate, EMT, Law Enforcement, Brandon already talked about those as part of the World's Best Workforce. Those are new opportunities for our students. And then, excuse me, that Wood Products and Technology, that's a new course, but it on the bottom, the course removal, that was kind of the introduction to construction trades. So, and then the course removals, a couple of PLTW courses. Again, Brandon met with those PLTW teachers, and they're reviewing and streamlining that pathway. Because if you have too many courses, you know, the students get spread out so thin in them that we don't run them. So we'd rather offer fewer and have them actually fill. So, and then just a few there at the bottom, inadequate enrollment. And then that healthcare youth apprenticeship is just no longer available. So do you have any questions about those? Those are additions, deletions to the course guide. We like to have this approved tonight, and then we start the registration process. The counselors start to meet with the students like in December, and then they'll start registering in earnest in January and February.
Right. Dr. Schlusner?
The Project Lead the Way courses are historically kind of expensive. Is it safe to say that there's actually a budgetary savings as well along with those course changes?
I will see if Brandon wants to chime in on that. There could be, in that it's very expensive to train the teachers, and when people are coming and going and retiring and new hires. So, I mean, it's maintaining the pathway, but maybe with some fewer teachers. I don't know if Brandon, you want to weigh in on that?
Yeah, I think the biggest cost savings that we're going to experience with that is with some of the consumable supplies that we were purchasing on an annual basis for the digital electronics and the civil engineering and architecture classes. In working with the instructor for those courses, we're actually going to provide kind of maybe a little bit of a choose your own adventure course. It's an existing course that we're going to use as the second course in the pathway, but students are going to have the option to do a little bit more individual exploration into aeronautical engineering if that's their interest area, mechanical, electrical engineering, civil engineering. So I think we will experience some cost savings, but it'll be primarily in the consumable supplies that we end up purchasing for the PLTW courses.
Okay, great. Yeah, generally they're great courses, but I know they come with the price. So,
they do.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thanks, Mark. Director Nathan.
I just want to say that I'm really excited that you're continuing the Project Lead the Way pathway and modifying it to what might be a more meaningful experience for students. Having had students that kids of my own who have gone through it and are now in engineering themselves, it was beneficial. But the specialization of the civil and the digital probably wasn't as necessary as the exposure to what the options are in engineering. So very excited to see that this is going to continue to be an option, and I can see it's only going to get better.
Apologies, Director Barlow. I think I missed you. Please go ahead.
No problem. Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. In that this is 100% electronic platform, I know with a couple copies available in the office. Do we know what percentage of middle school, high school student households have sufficient access to review or access? Just more so a question of we're establishing this expectation. These are unique times, and I'm just curious as to maybe even as relates to distance learning in general. Superintendent, did you have a comment on that, perhaps?
Yeah. Thanks, Don. I think we're going to be in much better shape this time around than we probably would have been last year. And thanks to that federal funding that we have to spend by the end of December, we have ordered enough Chromebooks so every student can have their own device. And I know we have purchased several hotspots for families that don't have Wi-Fi. I know we partnered with the county to provide some Wi-Fi in some neighborhood areas, and I think we just talked about this morning that we are also, I think John said that we provided 25 households Wi-Fi access. So I think probably by the end of this month, end of December for sure, I think all of our families were going to have a device and have Wi-Fi access. But like I said, we're fortunate that we had that federal funding that we're able to make that move. So I think we're in much better shape this year than we probably would have been last year with the digital copy of that course guide.
I'm sorry, I muted you, Director Barlow. It was my fault.
Sure did. My goodness. I was just getting warmed up too. No, only kidding. How does this relate then to our EL families? Can you perhaps speak to how they're being serviced? I'm sure they are. I would just like to know how that's occurring. Related to that, then, would you also be able to speak to what the counselor on page 3, what the counselor consultation may look like, a walkthrough, how that might also play itself out?
Yeah, I'll talk about somebody else can talk about the counselor piece of it, but I do know we in like many cases like this, we use our bilinguals to reach out to families and help, where the language might be a barrier, not so much for the student, but for the parent. And then we also count on our EL staff to help us as well with that. I don't know if Brandon, if you probably have a little more knowledge on the counselors and how the work that they do one-on-one with students.
Yeah, so beginning with that, we actually hold a meeting with all of the counselors to go through all of the annual changes to the registration guide to make sure that they are well versed in course additions, any changes to prerequisites or grade requirements for individual courses. And then really that's where the counselors' work kind of begins in earnest, because they are then meeting with, under normal circumstances, I know they would be going into classrooms and meeting with students, large groups of students. They may still do that just in a virtual setting, popping into Google Meets, going through new courses, going through the guide. I know they pay particular attention to working with our current 8th graders because they are new to this process. And, an 80-plus page registration guide can be a little overwhelming and a little daunting for 8th graders. So they do some really specific work with our 8th graders to familiarize them with their course options, looking at career pathways, walking them through how to create a 4-year plan, so that if they see a course that is specifically for juniors and seniors, they can backwards map that to, is there a course that I should be looking to take as a freshman that can lead me to those courses, so that I don't end up as a junior and I want to take a particular course, but I needed to take a prerequisite and I'm unable. So once the guide is approved and published, that's really where the counselors kind of take the baton and run with the process.
Okay, then final question deals with the use of Skyward. And first of all, the guide, excellent. I like how it was put together. Easy read, but it's rather lengthy. But in terms of Skyward, do we know what percentage of parents are actually utilizing it, and how we might improve upon that? I see it as a wonderful tool. I don't know how effective what percentage of parents are aware of it, what percentage of parents utilize it. I only raise the issue now because it's mentioned in the course guide.
I do know, Director Barlow, that Melissa Brandt she's been hosting some parent sessions, and one of the sessions had to do with Skyward, and then also Google Classroom and some of those tools. So I know that was a specific outreach for parents to help them understand some of the communication capabilities of Skyward. I don't know, I think we can get that data to find out like how many of our families have that parent portal and can look that way, because I do think you raise a good point. We store a lot of information there, and we want to be sure that all of our families understand how to access that. I did want to mention too that our 8th graders all get a paper copy of the guide, so the families can take that guide, and then sometimes they'll have it and they'll mark it up even for subsequent students. So we do provide a paper guide to our 8th graders, and then beyond that, when they get to high school, a lot of times they'll use the electronic guide.
Great questions. Thank you. I'm not seeing any other hands raised from my colleagues. This is a briefing item, and I believe Ms. Workman is asking. Oh, I see Director Marvin. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was talking into my raised hand. I was just going to move this to action.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second, Workman.
Okay. So moved and seconded. Ms. Edgar.
Ms. Amundson.
Aye.
Mr. Barlow.
Aye.
Aye. But has the resolution been read? Oh, sorry, action. Sorry, you're right. Aye. Thank you.
Mr. Schleusner.
Aye.
Chair Seelinger.
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye. Did you miss Ms. Nathan?
Did I?
See?
Ms. Nathan?
Yes.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay. Now it's an action item, and I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 approve the 2021-2022 course registration guide for grades 9 through 12.
Move approval.
Second.
Second, Workman.
Been moved and seconded. Ms. Edgar?
Ms. Amundson?
Aye.
Barlow?
Aye.
Ms. Marvin?
Aye, and I apologize for talking over Miss Nathan in the previous vote.
Ms. Nathan?
Aye.
Schusner?
Aye.
Chair Seelinger?
Aye.
Ms. Workman?
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go forth and register for next year. 5.02, approval of post-secondary enrollment option classes at Rochester Community and Technical College. Also a briefing item, Superintendent.
Yes, Brenda Witchman, Executive Director, Curriculum Instruction, will brief us on this agenda item. Brenda?
Yep, one more item tonight from C&I. So this is a bill that we pay, and we're bringing it forward because of the dollar amount being over $175,000 from the general fund. But this is to pay for our students who are accessing PSEO at RCTC for $821,845.
Fairly routine. Any questions, board members? Director Barlow.
Yes. Brenda, can you tell us approximately how many students participate in a given calendar year? And is it possible to potentially, if not now, at some point, what the typical PSEO student may look like in terms of, disaggregated information, if there's enough of them attending to where it's not too odorous or anything. And then also what the goal may be. Are these potentially those wanting to just acquire 2 years, or are they moving on to 4-year college, or if any of that information is available? I'm just kind of curious.
Certainly I can update you maybe through Mike's weekly update on how many students are in PSEO. I don't have that off the top of my head. And when you rose your hand, I thought, oh, he's going to ask me how many kids, and I'm not going to be able to tell him how many. We can certainly disaggregate that by student group. As far as whether, I think kids take PSEO for lots of reasons. Some do, it's free college tuition, so that's a big motivator. I'd have to talk to the registrars about, if we know their intent, if they're just doing a 2-year or 4-year. I don't know if Brandon or Heather are still on, if they have more information about that, or it looks like Mike can say some things too.
Yeah, I think we can definitely get the demographics of the students that take PSEO courses. It might be a little more challenging to find out, do those students go on to a 2-year or 4-year, but that's something we can look into. But we can definitely give you a number of students that do take PSEO during a year, and then the demographics of that group. And we can do that and provide it in one of the Friday updates once we get that information.
And I can just share that we have seen a significant increase in students that have taken PSEO and also concurrent enrollment. And the concurrent, are the ones that are our teachers from RPS. So we are seeing a significant, a higher number of students being able to earn college credit in their high school years. And we're seeing good increases in all of our student groups. So I think it would be a good update to be able to bring you.
Well, and that's something I want to hats off to the C&I team, that every year they've worked hard to try to expand our concurrent enrollment and provide opportunities for students to get that college credit. And then, earlier we were talking about P-TECH, and that's another example how students can finish get their high school diploma and an associate's degree in a 4-year period of time. So, but we can definitely get that data collected and bring it to the board.
Great questions. This is a briefing item. I don't believe anything will change. Perhaps we would have a motion. Director Amundsen.
I move this to action. I move to move this to action.
Second, Workman.
It's been moved and seconded to move this to action. Ms. Edgar.
Ms. Amundsen. Aye. Mr. Barlow.
Aye.
Ms. Marvin.
Aye.
Ms. Nathan.
Aye.
Mr. Schlusner.
Aye.
Chair Seelinger.
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
It is now an action item. Let me read the resolution. Be it resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 does hereby approve the payment to Rochester Community and Technical College in the amount of $821,845.08.
Move approval, Amundsen.
Second, Workman.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Edgar.
Ms. Amundsen.
Aye.
Mr. Barlow.
Aye.
Ms. Marvin.
Aye.
Ms. Nathan.
Aye.
Aye.
Seelinger.
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you. 7.01, approval of audit report for the 2019-2020 fiscal year. This is a briefing item. Superintendent.
Yes, I'm going to turn this over to John Carlson, Executive Director of Finance. John?
Good evening, school board. Superintendent Munoz. I'm here with Nancy from Bergen KDV. She is the principal at the audit firm that we are using this year. About this time last year, after the audit was approved last year, we did put out an RFP. And so if you're wondering, do we have a new auditor? Yes, we do have a new auditor. So this is the first time Bergen KDV has reviewed our financial statements. So I'm going to turn it over to Nancy, and she's going to walk you through the annual report.
Thank you, John. Good evening, members of the board and administration. Thank you for giving me some time to go over the results of the audit. And we're going to start with just that. We have several communications on slide 2. First of all, the independent auditor's report. So this is the most important communication that we issue to the district. It houses a summary of the work that we completed and then also the opinion that we're giving on the financial statements. And we're issuing an unmodified opinion for the year ended June 30th, 2020, which is the best as your auditors that we can offer to the district. It is an indication that everything is fairly stated based on the results of the audit work that we completed. In addition to that letter, we have a letter related to the single audit in accordance with uniform guidance. So we're issuing an unmodified opinion on the 3 major federal programs that we tested for the year. We took a closer look at your Title I program, the special education federal program, and then also the 21st Century Community Learning program that was new for 2020. So an unmodified opinion again on that, and then no findings related to the internal controls surrounding compliance for those federal programs. The next letter that we issue relates to government auditing standards. So because you're a school district in the state of Minnesota, those standards are required to be followed by state statute. And they basically are an indication that we're looking at your internal controls, and we're also looking at compliance with laws, regulations, contracts, and grants. And based on the work that we did in accordance with those standards, no findings there as well. And then the last official letter that we have relates to Minnesota legal compliance. The Office of the State Auditor is very specific about the areas that they request us to look at, and based on the work that we completed there, also no findings. I want to point out that it's very unusual that we issue both unmodified opinions and no findings related to all of these reports. So a credit to your business department for that work that they have done. And in addition to those letters, we have a communications letter. So this is a separate document, and it houses several pieces. First of all, some required communication. So these are things that our standards say that we need to put in writing to you as the governing board for the district, and it would be our tool if we had any difficulties or disagreements with management or anything significant that we uncovered in the audit. And I'm happy to report that nothing in that section strays from our standard language. So very boilerplate and a clean bill of health, if you will. In addition to that, we have financial analysis and then some legislative and emerging issue updates in the back of that communication letter. So the financial analysis is what I'd like to cover tonight. Starting out with the basic formula allowance. General education aid is your largest funding source. So we like to look at the components of that calculation of the total aid, starting with, again, the basic formula allowance. If we key into 2020 there, you did receive a 2% increase, which is what you've been receiving for the past number of years and also for the current year that you're operating in. And the other piece of that calculation has to do with your students. So we have several slides that take a look at the different pieces of your student count, starting with your residents. So these are the students that reside within your boundaries, not necessarily attending in your buildings, and that number has been increasing steadily since 2016. And it increased about 213 for 2020. And the next chart looks at that same information in a graphical format and highlighting the fact that you had increases in both the secondary and kindergarten and other categories with a small decrease in your elementary categories. And the increase in secondary is important. Those students are weighted a little bit higher than the rest of the students, and you'll see those weighting factors on the next slide. On the top there, so you're getting a 1.0 for all your students with the exception again of those secondary kids at a 1.2. So what that does is increase the residents that are weighted right below that at a higher rate than the actual residents that are living within your boundaries. And then we also factor in and out the open enrollment students. So the district has consistently experienced a pretty large net loss related to open enrollment, and it has been increasing since 2016. But the good news is that because the resident increases outpace that, the total adjusted number that you get your general education paid off of has increased since 2016 and since 2019, up about 128 students from the previous year. And then on this slide, again, graphical format of that same information, highlighting that overall increase in total students served in your buildings for each of the last 5 years. And then one last chart takes a look at those changes in your residents and changes in your adjusted numbers. And the increases have been decreasing, decreasing, but they have been decreasing, but still maintaining positive in all the categories for all 5 years that we're looking at here. All right, switching gears then to some actual dollar amounts, starting with the general fund sources of revenue. Overall revenues in the general fund were up about $8.6 million or 3.7%. If we look at the categories, starting at the top of the bar graph, the other revenue down about $1.7 million for the year, and that really had to do with an unusually large number in 2019 with additional MA reimbursements that were received last year. The state revenue up about $8.3 million. Part of that is that formula allowance 2% increase that we saw. Part of that is an increase in the students served, and a large part of the remaining increase has to do with the special education funding that you get from the state of Minnesota. That number increases with increased expenditures, and also for 2020 there was a new component taking care of a portion of the cross subsidy with an additional aid for 2020. And then the last portion on the bottom of the bar chart there, the local property taxes, that number did increase just with an increase as expected in the general fund levy for 2020. Next, I'd like to move into the budget to actual dollars, and we like to take a look at this. This is the budget that the board approved and handed over to administration to enforce. So if we look at the very bottom line there, you can see your original budget included a very small increase in your fund balance, pretty much break even for the year. And then the final budget anticipated a decrease. But in that final budget are amounts for carryover funds and also some significant projects. When we look to the far right-hand side, you'll see the variance. And if we move toward the top again to that total revenues line there, you can see that total revenues almost spot on. It's a 0.4% variance, so you can't really get a lot closer than that. Couple of variances by category, state sources being over, special education driving most of that variance, and then federal sources being other. And again, special education, but on the federal side, driving that variance. If we look to the expenditures, again, carryover amounts contribute to the variance there, and then also projects that were anticipated and not completed during the year, contributing to that. And when we look at the most significant categories that have variances, the first one is the regular instruction, which is $5.4 million under budget. Some of that has to do with the distance learning. So you saved on things like substitution costs and also spring activity costs. And then part of that is related just to the staffing that you had. The other largest category is in your special education instruction. That had to do with fewer supplies being purchased and also less equipment than was anticipated in the budget. So overall, actual results outpaced the budget by $14.4 million. Moving then to some comparative information for your general fund expenditures. Like revenues, expenditures have been increasing each year when we look at the 5 years here. Largest increases for 2020 came in the instructional category, primarily special education, just with the expansion of the population that you have in that category and increased contract pay. And then the other large variance comes in pupil support, and that had to do with enhancing the staff related to counseling and social workers in that category, along with an increase in the transportation contracts for the year. When we look at overall numbers, expenditures were up about 2.4% for 2020. And this slide does a little bit of comparison with statewide averages, looking at your expenditures per ADM served. So if we start with your 2020 numbers, comparing those back to 2019, you can see that those did increase. Basically, the increase in expenditures outpaced the increase in your students served. And when we look back to 2019 and compare the district with overall statewide averages, you can see in total that you are below those statewide averages, primarily in the categories of debt service and building construction for 2019 and previous years. The general fund is actually pretty close, a little bit below, but pretty close to that statewide average. And just a couple more charts that take a look at your expenditures and the allocation by function. So I have 2020 on this slide, 2019 on the next slide, but to note that the percentages fluctuate very minimally. 1% is the largest variance that you have between the 2 years, so you're consistent in what you're spending your money on. And the largest obviously being that instructional category, direct service to your students. So again, very similar from 2020 to 2019. And then on the next slide, we take the general fund operations, pull them all together at a very high level and look at the last 5 years. So you started out 2016 and 2017 with excess expenditures. Since 2018, you have had excess revenues. So we talked about your increase in revenues and your increase in expenditures, allowing for that excess of $5.1 million for 2020. You had some other sources, $1.9 million there. Fourth number down from the top on the far right. That had to do with capital leases that were issued during the year. And then a couple numbers down, you'll see a change in accounting principle for $466,000. And this has to do with an accounting standard change and some changes in state statute requiring districts to bring student activity under board control, which is now housed in the general fund. So that did increase your fund balance by just under $500,000. Below that, on the second portion of this chart, we have all the categories of fund balance separated by type. We start with the non-spendable for prepaids. Those are funds that have already been spent, so won't be available for future costs. Below that, we have all of the restrictions, 2 new ones this year, that's student activities and the scholarships related to that change in accounting principle and state statute changes. And then we have the other categories that you're used to seeing and have been experiencing for a number of years. Those are all state mandated and calculated based on revenues in and expenditures out for each one. 3 numbers up from the bottom, you'll see an assigned $7 million. In that number are things that the district has internally decided to spend on something specific. So those carryovers from the budget are included there, and also some other pieces, some separation and retirement funds and other categories. And that leaves you with an unassigned balance of $25.6 million at the end of 2020. And that does represent about 10.9% of your expenditures. So you are in compliance with the district's policy that has indicated not less than 6%. So if you can take a look back to 2016, you can see overall that number has increased. So you've managed your spending so that you are in compliance with that policy. Next slide takes a look at your overall financial position, comparing cash and investment balances to total fund balance. And you can see that they have mirrored each other in growth from 2017 to 2020. And I think it's important to note the position that you're in. We're moving into uncertain times. We've seen what has happened in the past as far as cash flow tactics by the state of Minnesota to make their budget, balance. So to have that extra cash and fund balance is important at this time. And the last slide that I have that talks about your fund balance takes a look at it the way the state monitors financial health of districts. And it gives us the ability to compare you to a statewide average. So this is a little different than your unassigned number. It includes unassigned fund balance, assigned fund balance, and then also the non-spendable category. And then it factors out any restricted expenditures. So that number is 18.3%, up from 15.1 last year, and increasing each year since 2017, and getting closer to that statewide average, which has hovered right around 20% each of the years that we are able to compare. All right, moving away from the general fund then, a couple of slides to take a look at your long-term liabilities. And when we look at this, the top portion are pieces of debt that the district has actually issued. So for 2020, that did increase from $130 million to $303 million with the $170 million bond that was issued during the year. So those are items that you approve and issue and have control over the balance. The numbers on the bottom of the chart represent things that are a little bit different than that. So first of all, compensated absence payable are accumulated compensated absence balances as per contracts approved by the board. Then we have the OPEB liability, also benefits that your employees receive based on contracts, and that's an actuarial determined number, so it's an estimate. And then finally, the pension liability. And this one relates to the TRA pension and the PERA pension amounts, and you can see has fluctuated very significantly in the 5 years that we're looking at. That represents the district's proportionate share of statewide unfunded pension liabilities. So it's not a check you're ever going to have to write, but it can influence contribution rates and liabilities that you may have in the future. And the chart on the next slide takes a look at that same information, and the blue line on the top represents the total liabilities. So included in there is that pension, which does fluctuate based on changes in assumptions and estimates that the actuaries at a statewide level are using. And then the green on the bottom portion, very consistent from 2016 to 19, with that increase with the new $170 million building bond that was issued during 2020. And then just a couple of more slides related to your special revenue funds. Food service fund up first. This fund did experience some decreases in activity for 2020, just with fewer meals served related to distance learning in the spring. So you experienced excess expenditures of about $560,000, but you still have fund balance of just under $2.8 million, which represents 32% of your expenditures. So still a healthy balance even with the activity last spring. And then finally, your community service fund. This fund actually had increased revenues, decreased expenditures. The increased revenues partly related to the new federal funding for this 21st Century Community Learning Centers program. Offsetting that increase was a decrease related to a significant reduction in activity related to COVID and what you experienced in the spring. And that also accounts for the decrease in expenditures. So overall increase in fund balance, just under 1.4 million, ending at 2.4 million. And this fund does have several categories that the state mandates it be categorized in or classified separately, and all of those categories of fund balance were positive at year end. So it appears to be operating each program to cover its cost. I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Schultzenberg. Close, right? I know I'm close.
Yes, perfect the second time.
Mr. Schleusner.
More of a comment than a question. It's always great to see the numbers. On the page where you had shown the percentage of increase of revenues from the state of Minnesota, I think people in general would find it helpful if you gave an increase as a percentage from year to year as well. You know, you clearly have all the details, but I think most people would appreciate just a simple percentage of expenditure percentage year to year.
We can definitely incorporate that in future presentations.
You know, basically what I'm looking for here is, you know, we know our revenues are going up about 2% a year from the state. Mm-hmm. Okay. What's our expenditures year to year? So we can show...
overall it was a 2.4% increase in expenditures.
Yeah, so there we can show our general public of our simple expenditures are outpacing our revenues. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Great
Thanks,
presentation.
Mark. Thank you.
Other questions, board members? Director Nathan.
Well, aside from having a clean audit, which I don't know if Mr. Carlson or the superintendent can say the last time that we had one of those is something to be congratulated for. I think the fact that we are looking at numbers post our first experience with COVID, can anybody talk about in a non-technical audit concept what that means for our financial position, or is that a conversation we should save until we talk about the 5-year forecast?
It may be a good idea to wait for that conversation. I think we are in uncertain times, and there's a lot on the table as far as all of the hold harmless that I heard you talking about earlier, and what will happen with the state's budget and how that will impact districts. And if we've been involved, I've been involved in school finance for a long time, so I've seen all of the ups and downs, and I've seen tax shifts implemented and metering changes and all of those things. It's also hard to predict what your expenditures are exactly going to look like. Most districts experienced some savings last spring with the distance learning. I don't anticipate that that's going to be the case going forward. Districts now have implemented new one-to-one initiatives, new help as far as all of the hotspots and connectivity for their students, so there are a lot of additional expenditures. You're receiving some federal funding for that. I don't know that it's going to cover all of those costs. Plus, there's additional costs related to the distancing that you're doing as far as transportation and in the school building, cleaning, you know, when your students are there and all of those things. So yeah, I think maybe waiting to see how this pans out might be a good idea before we know.
Mr. Carlson, did you want to respond to that, or would you like me to go on to the next board member?
No, we're going to be talking more about the forecast coming up, so yeah, that's fine.
Okay, great. Ms. Amundsen.
Well, I wanted to say thank you to our auditor, but also to our finance team, because I'm qualified and all that is great. Like Director Nathan says, I don't know when the last time was, but I want to say that I'm not surprised, because we know that your team is top notch. So thanks for all your hard work.
Other questions, board members? This is a briefing item. Nothing is going to change in this report, I don't imagine. We won't see Ms. Nancy again until perhaps next year.
Move to action.
I'd like to move this to action. Second, Workman.
It's been moved and seconded. Ms. Edgar.
Ms. Amundson.
Aye.
Mr. Barlow.
Aye.
Marvin.
Aye.
Ms. Nathan.
Aye.
Aye.
Chair Seelinger.
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you.
It is now an action item. I will read the resolution. Be it resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 accept the 2019-2020 audit report of the school district financial records as of June 30th, 2020, as submitted by Bergen KDV Limited.
Move approval.
Move approval, Workman.
Second, Amundson.
And the other one seconds it.
It's been moved and seconded and Ms. Edgar.
Ms. Amundson.
Aye.
Mr. Barlow.
Aye.
Ms. Marvin.
Aye.
Ms. Nathan.
Aye.
Mr. Schuster.
Aye.
Chair Seelinger.
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Appreciate your work.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thanks, you too. Okay, board members, if you can hang in there, I thought we could do two more before a little break. 7.02, approval of ice arena rental for the City of Rochester and Graham Arena. This is a briefing item, Superintendent.
Yes, this is an annual expense that we bring to the board every year. We do rent ice time at the Rochester Recreation Center and the Grand Arena. This is for both practices and games for both our girls and boys hockey teams. The number, the $184,653, is an estimate. Want to make it clear that that is not a set number. If for some reason we don't get to start the hockey season sooner, we only pay by hour, how much hours we spend on the ice, but they calculate what if we would use every practice time and every game that we would have, this is the amount that we would be spending. But just wanted to be clear that because of the pandemic, we might not get to the ice time. Right now, the city has closed those arenas, so, but this is the largest amount that we would anticipate, but probably is going to be a little bit smaller amount than that.
Thank you, Superintendent. Board members, are there any questions on this?
Move approval, Nathan.
Second, Amundson.
I'm sorry.
Move to
Move to action.
Second, move to action.
I didn't catch it. Moved and seconded. Ms. Edgar.
Ms. Amundson.
Aye.
Mr. Barlow.
Aye.
Ms. Marvin.
Aye.
Ms. Nathan.
Aye.
Aye.
Here.
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you.
It's now an action item. I will read the resolution. Be it resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 does hereby approve the rental of ice arenas for the district's athletic ice hockey program from the City of Rochester and Graham Arena at a total estimated annual cost of $184,653 to be funded by the athletic building rental budget allocations for each high school.
Move approval, Amundson.
Second, Marvin.
Ms. Edgar.
Ms. Amundson.
Aye.
Mr. Barlow.
Aye.
Marvin.
Aye.
Ms. Nathan?
Aye.
Ms. Schlussner?
Aye.
Ms. Seelinger?
Aye.
Ms. Workman?
Aye.
Thank you.
7.03 referendum budget update. This is an information item. Superintendent Munoz.
Yes, I'm going to turn this over to Scott Sheridan, Executive Director of Operations, Keenan McWaters from Knutson Construction, Kevin Holm from LHB, and Jason Woodhouse from CDW. Scott.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening, board members. This is the 11th referendum update. You'll anxiously wait for these every month. The focus and spotlight tonight will be on Keenan McWaters from Knutson Construction, who is representing our construction manager as agent. He's going to provide you a schedule of updates and executive summary of the budget and where we're at with it. As the superintendent mentioned, we have Kevin Holm and Jason Woodhouse here as well, the two architectural firms that are designing the buildings, and they'll be here to answer any questions you might have as well. So I'm going to turn it over to Kian.
Good evening. I did turn my camera on, but it looks like I'm having some issues, so you're probably seeing a black screen or my initials, so I apologize for that.
We see your initials, but that's fine, Kian. Go ahead.
Are you able to see the PowerPoint that I have pulled up?
Yes.
Yes, we are able to see the PowerPoint.
We'll dive right in then. Here's the overall schedule, starting at the top with the 2019 elementary school. All the bid packages are in. You approved the final one at the last month's board meeting. There are a few other alternates and value enhancement items that we're still reviewing. We're very, very close to having a final budget on this project. I'd expect at our next update that we should have that set in stone. Construction is moving along nicely. Footings and foundations are complete. Contractors are out there working on underground, and we're scheduled to have precast panels show up on December 15th. So for the next month, if you're driving by, it's not going to look like a lot is happening. The month following that, starting December 15th, things are going to happen very fast, and in a matter of about 6 weeks, the building's going to be standing. So some exciting stuff is on the verge of happening with that building. Moving on to the middle school, we have bid package 3, which is the final bid package for that school out currently. Those bids are due on December 3rd, and we'll be bringing them forward to the school board on December 15th, I believe, is that meeting. Construction is ongoing. We are continuing dirt work. I stopped at the site today, and it looks like we should be ready to start footings in about 3 to 4 weeks. So hopefully, hoping for mid-December. Let's hope the weather holds for us for another couple months. Harriet Bishop, CRW, is approaching the construction documents phase, so they're getting very close to having a final design on that. The bids are set to go out December 17th, I believe it is. We're going to allow a little bit longer bidding time frame on this school due to the holidays in there, so bids will actually come back in January, and we'll be bringing that forward on the first meeting in February. And that's going out as a single bid package, so when that one comes in, we'll have all the numbers for all trades. Longfellow Elementary, LHB is designing this one. They are nearing the DD design document phase. There's going to be several page turns happening with the district facilities team and design teams over the next 2-3 weeks. That one will not actually go out to bid though until mid to end of January, planning to bring forward to the first board meeting in March. Planning to break ground on that one as soon as weather allows, targeting mid-April, first part of May. Moving to secure entry is the next item. Not a lot happening there. We have the 3 high schools will be starting this summer. We are still holding a placeholder in the schedule and the budget for Friedel, depending on what happens with that building. Century Pool, as you all know, we put that on hold back in March, I guess it was now, to see where the bids come in on these first two schools. So we're getting a much clearer picture. We have not given WSN the green light to start design on that again. We're holding off till after the middle school bids come in on the 3rd. So I anticipate sometime in the first couple weeks of December we'll be able to get moving on that again. And Superintendent Munoz requested that at the December 15th board meeting that WSN present the design process that they're going to go through on those pools. So we'll be bringing that at December 15th as well. The Mayo pool and middle school pools design will happen basically concurrent with the Century pool, probably a little bit after. And then that just leaves the auditorium. Moving into the budget update, this is largely unchanged from the last meeting, and you're going to notice as we move into construction that the events and meetings are going to start to dwindle. Most of the work is happening on site. So what I'll try to do is just give you a couple milestones of the work happening on site on each project. So middle school budget's unchanged from the last meeting. Schedule is moving along very nicely, and then the big milestone that you're going to notice is precast going up in December. Middle school budget, $57.9 million. This is unchanged as well. And the major thing happening right now is dirt work and bid package 3 bidding phase. Longfellow Elementary budget's at $34.3 million. As I mentioned, the DD drawings are almost complete, so we'll be doing another budget update on that project. And then I've added in the bidding timeline into this area as well. Harriet Bishop Elementary is $32.1 million. The bids will go out December 17th, and then most of the bidding items will happen in January. Pool projects are unchanged. We'll start updating this again, hopefully in the December. It may not change for December 15th meeting, but definitely in January. And then the security upgrades and auditorium renovations and land are unchanged. So this puts us at a total budget of $178.5 million. Approved referendum is $180.9, putting us roughly $2.3 million under budget. And included in that is a $3 million contingency for design and estimating. So as we continue to bid projects, we continually reduce that contingency. And there is construction contingency included that's not in those numbers as well. So I got a few pictures for you. This is the elementary school showing the formwork on the foundation walls, and the orange blankets that you see draped over the top, those are to keep the foundation concrete from freezing. So we'll be using a lot of those on the middle school. Here's a picture of the exterior precast sample at the elementary school. It's showing the smoother surfaces, and the depressed surface is actually an acid etch surface. Here's an aerial shot at the middle school actually. So if you're looking at the house that's shown kind of in the background, that's approximately where the parent drop-off and staff parking lot entrance will be. Where the equipment is sitting, that's roughly where the southwest corner of the school will sit. Here's another photo at the middle school site showing the different direction. And the last photo I have is just showing the mound of earth. So the top of that mound is the existing grade that we started at. This photo doesn't really do it justice, but that's about a 22-foot change in elevation between existing and new. With that, I'll open it up to questions.
Great.
And I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thanks. I liked all those pictures except for the one with the snow.
Yes.
Board members, do you have any questions? Seems like we're moving along in the right direction and things are getting done. Director Schleusner.
No question, but perhaps a reminder for our community, it'd be a good time to go vote for your favorite elementary school name.
Okay. Good point. Good point. Anything else, board members? You must have worn us down.
Well, I think you've got a long night.
I know, we've only just begun. Well, thanks so much for being here. Director Nathan, did you have something? You popped up. No? Okay. Okay. I think that'll do it for tonight.
Okay, thank you. Keep your eyes on that middle school. It'll start coming out of the ground quickly. Have a good night.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if Deborah's frozen or if I am.
I was thinking the same.
I believe it's Deborah.
So, no, as vice chair, can I suggest that we take a 5-minute break?
We're taking a recess. I'm
That's
sorry, guys. She got bumped off, but we're taking a recess until 8:35.
Perfect. Thank you, Wendy.
We are reconvened at 8:36 p.m. The next on our agenda is a bell time study proposal. This is an action item, but we will receive additional information on the options before we choose one of the options before voting. Superintendent.
Yes, I'm going to turn it over to Scott Sheridan, Executive Director of Operations, and Jeff Cappers, Transportation Director.
Good evening, board members. I have Jeff Cappers with me, as you know, he's the Transportation Manager. A quick background on this. If you remember, this all began 21 months ago in February of 2019 after the discussion with the board about single-tier versus two-tier busing and the budgetary concerns there. And you asked us to form a committee to study the bell time to see if we could come up with a plan that would be more amenable to our students. So since that time, we've had numerous board meetings, committee meetings, community meetings, and back on September 15th of 2020, we presented options to you. We presented options A through D, and at that time, you asked us to you gave us indication that option B and C were probably at the top of your list, and you asked us to take a look at option C and have that routing system run through to see potential costs involved, to see if there are any increase in bus routes. As you know, one route that goes in the morning and afternoon costs the district about $61,000 annually. And so it's a significant amount of money if we add several routes to accommodate schedules. So from the September 15th meeting, we got a quote from First Student for them to do a routing. And what we gave them was we wanted them to look at the number of increased bus routes that they can see based on the routing system we currently have, and see what potential increases there would be to adjust to that option C start and end time. So through their process, they came up with an executive summary and some findings. I am going to try to share that with you. As it slowly loads. Do you see it on your screen now?
Yep, there we go.
Okay, perfect. So First Student, I took some snippets from their entire proposal and pared it down in order for time constraints, and tried to take the highlights for you. Just to reiterate what the two options were, the option B was where the high school would start at about 8:20 and get out at 3:30. Middle school 8:20 to 3, and then elementary 9:35 to 4 o'clock. And I also wrote in here the daily instructional time, because that's very important as well, that we have to reach a certain minimum per MDE for the secondary level and the elementary level as well. And I provided those times that you've studied very well over the past 21 months as well. Option C is the one that we ran, that First Student took and ran with. This is the option where the high school would start at 9:15 and get out at 4:12, middle school 9:15 to 3:52, and the elementary would start at 8 a.m. and get out at 2:20. And again, I put in the instructional time for each of those levels as well. Just to reiterate that the instructional time hours in both option B and C do fall in compliance with the MDE minimum hours required on a 173-day schedule. These were just some terms and definitions that I provided to you. Some of these might be new to you. One of them was to me too, the deadhead one. I had to learn what that one was, but Now I understand that. But on the executive summary that First Planning Solutions or First Student provided, their initial analysis showed that there's between 0 and 3 net bus additions that occurred here. There were some scheduling conflicts that were created here that they saw, potentially with Phoenix and Rail. And they had some other language in here that was for you to read. But the key here is the 0 to 3 net bus additions. And as I move on through here, I'll get to that at the end here. So their analysis detail, they went over what we currently have. We did try to give them some parameters to try to have as many buses pick up starting at 6:40 or later as we possibly could. That was at that elementary start time of 8 o'clock. And so they did the best that they could there. This is what it shows like right now, and then later on it shows any potential conflicts and what they came up with on this as far as where they could schedule 7 buses that would start between 6:25 and 6:34 versus, I believe the other slide was 13 to 15 buses. So they were able to reduce it down based on some creative routing. So when all this was said and done, we sat down with representatives from First Student, went over all the data, and tried to resolve some of the conflicts. Jeff and John Gates, who is the manager out at First Student. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here tonight, but Jeff and John are very adept at figuring solutions out to any potential conflicts. They know this forward and backwards as far as the routing, and so they were able to resolve quite a few of the conflicts. And so the summary of the overall was they still believe that there could potentially still be up to three additional bus routes. And again, at $61,000 each, that's about $180,000 annually. But again, I really need to focus again on the fact that until we have the opportunity to take the schedule and run every single route all the way through, which is a very complex task, we aren't going to know 100% what the bus routing is until that time, or the number of extra routes. But we did get a really good assessment, and I think we're fairly confident, and Jeff, you can pipe in here as well, that we do not believe it'll be over 3. There are some nuances to the elementary schedule that Jeff and I will talk about, but the conflicts that were in here that Jeff and John were able to resolve were pretty significant, and we might have to make some adjustments with the Phoenix and Rail program to extend the day just a little bit if we can, in order to make the routing work as well. But Jeff, do you want to provide any other input that I might have missed on any of this?
Good evening, Superintendent Munoz and board members. Yeah, that really summed it up well, I think. Our biggest conflicts, again, are Phoenix and Rail that we're really going to have to dive into. One thing we've talked about, and I want to make folks aware of, is that in order to make this work, there's going to be possibly some really creative transfers that have to happen to make it work. Like, for example, in the mornings up in Orinoco, we might start 4 buses for elementary and meet at the Orinoco post office or one of the gas stations or something and transfer kids then down to 1 or 2 buses, and then those other 2 buses will go out and start picking up middle and high school kids, so we aren't spending that deadhead time running clear into town and back again. So just be prepared for possibly some really creative transferring and whatnot to make this work.
And with the option C that we were looking at here, Jeff, do you want to talk about the transfer sites at the middle schools?
Yes, currently we transfer the non-publics that are on the first tier of busing. That would be like RCLS, Resurrection Lutheran, Lourdes. Some of those non-publics would be based on this flip-flop of the times, we'd have to transfer at the middle schools, and we're definitely going to have some space challenges to make that work. Our biggest challenge, I think, is going to be Kellogg Middle School, where to put those buses. So there could be, I don't even know, we haven't looked at what construction could be or what the options are, but there could be possibly some cost if we have to try to figure out a place to put more buses.
And so, just some other things to keep in mind. Not trying to sway you either way, but we are in the middle, as you know, of boundary adjustments as well. We are in the middle of building 4 new schools. 2 of them are brand new that are going to have a significant impact on the routing as well, the unknown impact on the routing as well. Our hope, of course, is to have one of the elementary, the Northwest Elementary, open and running by next fall, and all the other 3 schools open by the fall of 22. And so we'll do it, whatever you decide is perfectly fine, but we would potentially have to route for next fall and then route again for the following fall, or adjust the boundaries depending on when the boundaries are adjusted as well. Might have to reroute as well. Again, all those take time and money to do, but it can be done, and we'll do whatever the board says. But I just wanted to throw that out there, the different things we have in the works here with the referendum and the 4 new buildings that we're building.
If I could just add a couple things, the district-wide option schools, if there's thoughts of potentially putting them in a different building or a school within a school or something, that'll have a huge impact on the transportation system as well. The other thing would be special ed programs in the new buildings. Depends where programs, if they're moved out of buildings or split up more. Some programs are unique. There's only one autism program for elementary at Jefferson, so we have to cover the whole district. If that could be split up somehow, there's a potential we could maybe save a special ed route or 2 that we could help mitigate that Phoenix rail issue as well. So it's a big puzzle to put together, and basically we'll have to put it together twice potentially. This study took a month to do, and they didn't build out every route. They got a good feel, but to really delve in, it's going to take a significant amount of time.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jeff. So we're open for any questions that you might have.
Great.
We'll try to answer them as best we can.
Great, thank you. Obviously great appreciation for all the work that has gone into this over 21 months, and I thought you were going to say 21 years, because I think that's sort of maybe what it feels like for some of us. Not to make light of it, this is a very serious decision, and I think that's why the board has taken a long time to do it. We did have a little bit of conversation the other day about with the boundaries and the new buildings coming online, if we made decisions about bell times, perhaps pushing it out to mesh in the timeline of that might make it more efficient and easier on the administration, and to your point of not having to do to make one system change in 2021 and another system change in 2022. So just put that out there for consideration. That's something that the board might want to think about in making a decision on start and end times. I'm going to go to Director Marvin.
Thank you. And when you're saying we've been thinking about this for 21 years, I think that's literally the amount of time, because this issue has been coming up before the board for a couple of decades. Mayo Clinic said teenagers need more sleep time, and so it's been a long time coming. And I guess that's my question and my comment is that we need to move our start times for our secondary kids back later. I think that option B isn't quite late enough, but I think it helps. I think we're going in the right direction. And my big concern right now, Scott, is just as you said, if we make a decision, either direction, if we decide to change the bell time, and we do that for next year, then there will be, I am guessing, a dramatic change in bus schedule for the year following. Not only will it be administratively difficult, but families are going to have to change again the way they do things. And I'm thinking that during this particularly challenging era in particular, if it might, and I hate to say this because I've been waiting for this for decades, but I'm wondering if it might make sense for us to decide tonight which schedule, but then to propose it to go into effect 2022, 2023 after we know where the schools are going to be, where the population is, and we can do it once and do it right, rather than doing it for next school year and then completely redoing it for the school year after, which I think can be fairly disruptive.
Scott is nodding. Did you want to address that, Scott, or would you like me to move on?
Well, it's like I mentioned before, Director Marvin, you bring up a good point that it is disruptive to the families. It is a huge change. And with the boundary changes and the bell time changes and 4 new schools, to do it incrementally and hit them several times over the family several times over the next couple of years, how fair is that versus laying it all out there and giving time to adjust to it by what you said, Director Marvin, and starting in the fall of 22. I can't sway you either way, but to me it seems reasonable.
Thank you, Mr. Sheridan. Director Nathan.
So, Mr. Sheridan, thanks for the detail on this report. Yes, I learned some new terms, all new terms as well with the busing. When you talk about the cost and you talk about the 3 bus routes and the 182,000, you also mentioned that if we can't resolve the Phoenix and rail, that it might add, did I read it right, 3 additional buses?
Yeah, when Jeff and John discussed that, I was not present on that particular meeting. Jeff, did you remember that one? Was it 3 additional?
That would be yes, I think that would be very conservative, because right now we have, I think, 3 buses for rail and at least 2, if not 3, for Phoenix. We need to try to get a good handle on ridership too, because we're routing kids that rarely ride, and it's a challenging group of kids that we just gotta get our head around. So a potential range of costs could be the 182,000 up till 360 or perhaps more, depending on how the rail thing fleshes out. That is correct.
Okay. Just looking for some boundaries.
I appreciate, Mr. Cappers, that you talked about creative transfer sites, and I construe that as being a positive, not a negative. I think thinking outside the box of non-traditional transfer spots, if that brings efficiencies, if that brings ways for students to get to school in a more efficient, straightforward, routed way, I think is great. And so appreciate that, just that thoughtfulness of perhaps there's a different way or a slightly different model that we could, we could do that. And I think I definitely want to, no matter, if the board decides to make changes in the bell time, hope that there's time for thoughtful study of how to do that best under, thinking about program shifts, as you mentioned, if they're shifting facilities, or perhaps there's a better way to do that. So thank you for that. Director Nathan.
I just want to clarify, since it's been a while since I've had kid riding the bus. When we have a transfer site, do we have other staff present besides the bus drivers to facilitate the transfers?
we try to when they're at school sites. We do a transfer right now out of Gibbs Holy Spirit that 2 buses meet up in Orinoco, and they just line up basically door to door, and the kids just hop off one bus on the other. So that is an unsupervised one, but the drivers are there.
Okay.
An example would be like when the Catholic schools aren't in session, we still do use their sites as a transfer site, and we just kind of put a driver in charge that they do not leave that site if there's a student standing there. So, we try to have supervision, but it's not always possible.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, other thoughts, board members? Director Nathan?
Okay to go to topics other than transportation.
Like what?
Childcare. I think we had the discussion last time about the impact of the change in elementary times with the earlier end time of 2:20 for elementary, and some of the thought exchange responses originally from February when a similar option was provided. When I went back and looked, it was pretty much evenly split between those that were in favor of that shift in elementary times and those that were opposed when it came to childcare. My concern about option C is, having seen what has happened with distance learning and the childcare burden that by no control of our own, our parents have faced. This afternoon childcare issue, especially with the high school and middle school students' siblings perhaps not being able to watch the siblings. I'm wondering if there's any thought, obviously outside the transportation department, from anyone else about our SAC capacity to provide some of those services. Maybe we can take the time to talk to community partners. I just feel like hearing all the feedback we got about the non-availability of childcare with distance learning, it would only be fair if we were to do this again through another decision, that we put some specific spotlight on solutions to that problem. And I don't have any ideas except to wonder who would look at that and how.
Well, first of all, I'll say we're not in the child care business, even though it seems like we are now. I think we did state at one of the meetings that this could even reduce the individuals that we use for after-school childcare, because some of them are high school students. So I don't see us being able to, as a district, to increase our childcare access. We can, even now, we continue to reach out to other agencies, because we know even now we have some childcare issues that we're not able to accommodate. But I guess we have not gone beyond that. But I would say, Amy would probably agree that we probably think we're going to have fewer staff to be able to run SAC because of high school still being in school.
I see Ms. Ike nodding. Do you want to make any comment on that?
Just that a significant portion of our after-school staff are high school and college students. So especially the high school students would not be available until quite a ways into the evening. It would be a challenge, and I think it could take us in the wrong direction in terms of our capacity.
And again, I don't know who the right person to ask this question of, but do we see any models coming out of our distance learning that give us some new ideas about different options for after school? Is there anything, for example, in the 21st Century grant that we could think about for providing? I mean, maybe it's not childcare, maybe it's after-school programming. I'm just trying to give our parents in the community some notion that we're thinking about what might be a big childcare gap.
Well, our 21st Century funding currently identifies specific elementary schools. So when you're talking about a system that would support all 16 elementaries, that funding would fall short. Right now it just funds Gage and Riverside after school programs, and not every day of the week. So right now we're not using too many of the funds to toward the SAC program. We would mostly be using the funds for ASA and other after school enrichment type activities at the elementary schools, swim lessons at the Y, those kinds of things to bring other enrichment opportunities to the students after school. I can say that we have worked with community partners to address the current childcare challenge, and even with all of the additional folks who have stepped into that marketplace, the big limiting factor, if you will, is the availability of staffing. We all face it. Youth program work does not pay exceptionally well, and so we all struggle with staff, and that's our limiting factor in the district right now as to how many children we can serve. So I don't see that getting better with reversing the departure time of the high school and elementary.
Thank you.
Director Marvin.
Thank you. And I don't want to louse up the system that we're using right now. Is the focus on option C right now? Is that the discussion, or is the discussion, can we go beyond that?
So, so what we have before us in terms of resolution is we could go forward with a resolution that accepts option B, a resolution that accepts option C, one that rejects both B and C, and then of course we could amend to some extent. So I think I appreciate all the things that we've discussed over the last months, and but I think if we could maybe focus a little bit on, is there any consensus leaning towards option B or option C that might help move us ahead forward?
That was my question. And at this point, I'm really leaning towards option B for a number of reasons. I don't honestly think it goes quite far enough, but I think it's a great step in the right direction. With option C, there's a 2-hour difference basically between the time elementary kids get out before the time high school kids get out. I think that it's going to complicate it for high school students, especially as we encourage them to get out into the community and have after school experiences. I think it's late for them. And with option B, elementary schools, it's sort of moved 30 minutes later, which, and I understand it's an issue. Childcare is an issue, but it's 30 minutes. It's not a couple of hours. And to me, I just think as a first step, at least, it's the one to me that makes the most sense, both for childcare for elementary, for a little more sleep time for high school, for after school activities for everybody. And I think it's not so late for elementary school that we have to worry too much about, for the majority of the year, being too dark for them to be outside. So I'm thinking at this point that B is a more reasonable alternative.
Thank you, Director Marvin. Director Slusner.
Just simply reiterate everything Jean just said in complete support of that option as well. I do think it is important we make a decision tonight, be it B or C, and I would like to also put support behind that the implementation timeline would be post boundary adjustment timeline as well.
Thank you, Director Schleusner. I'll go while my colleagues are considering their thoughts. I kind of did a little chart, and then I did some pros and cons as I don't know, that's how I tell my kids to make decisions. Didn't have anything super definitive. I did see, you know, with option B, I am sad that we're still not reaching that 8:30 threshold for our secondary students. A little worried about the 20 to 30 minute difference start time for elementary, and parents working in the morning that might need childcare. But you know, it has its pluses as well, especially the high school, middle school home, potentially to take care of younger siblings. Option C, of course, gives us that later than 8:30 start, which is what science has told us. But then we also see that there's the impact on sports, and then the potential for early morning walkers, our youngest walkers in the dark. That's not really giving anyone any leaning. That was just telling you my pro and con list. So I see Director Workman has her hand up. I will go to her next if she's ready.
Thank you. I guess if we're going to put it off for a whole nother year, and I will dispute Dr. Marvin's example of a couple decades. It's been a whole lot longer than that. I've used this example before. When my oldest son was in first grade, I was really hoping that by the time he hit ninth grade in high school, that we would have this issue resolved, and he just turned 37 last month. So it's been a long time going through all of this and considering it. If we're going to postpone it for another year, then I don't know why we couldn't go ahead and say we're going to do option C. That gives us a lot more time to work out any of those child care issues. And, you know, our staff has been very, very creative during distance learning for how education is delivered. It's not necessary. I mean, it might not be that we go back to the traditional 8-period day. We may do a block period. We may do a mix of some in-school and some hybrid learning or distance learning, where maybe some kids could get out earlier in the afternoon because they've got a non-synchronous distance learning class that they could take that would help relieve some of these other issues. I think there's a lot to be considered and a lot of thinking outside the box, just like our transportation department and Mr. Sheridan have already done in terms of creative ideas. I think we're all capable of doing that, but at this point, I understand that the child care issue is huge, and we certainly don't want to stress families out any more than they already are. But starting high school at 8:20 is it's almost an hour earlier than 9:15. What time are the kids going to still have to get up to be in class at 8:20? When is their arrival time? I mean, it could still be before 8 o'clock. So it might sound like it's not a big difference, but it really is. I mean, I know that 8:30 is what's recommended. I don't know if we would have any wiggle room to make that later, but then that pushes the elementary out even later, and the discussions we've had and the materials that Director Nathan provided us with has shown that having elementary earlier is certainly not detrimental, and there are some drawbacks for having kids later in the afternoon when they're already tired and maybe they've been in school since 6 o'clock in the morning. So that's where I'm at this point. I don't know if that provided any clarity or just muddied the waters.
No, that was good. I appreciate that, and would love to have initial thoughts from all board members. So just to reiterate, no, let me say this. To confirm with Mr. Sheridan and Mr. Cappers that option B doesn't really show any, huge cost. I don't want to say huge. We haven't shown that to have a greater cost impact. It's option C that we're really looking at. Of that schedule would add the routes, which would add the cost.
in my eyes, you're absolutely correct. Option B seems like it's more easily to define as cost neutral versus C. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just for clarity's sake. Director Workman, did you have something to add? Director Workman?
There we go. Thank you. Looking at the number of classes that students would have, I believe that option B also reduces lunch to 36 minutes, which means that there is one less class period for administrators to schedule, since right now lunch takes an entire class period. And I don't know how that might impact students who want to take those double period classes at CTEC once you've got an odd number of classes rather than an even number of classes and all of those things. So I absolutely cannot support reducing opportunities for our students in high school with their electives and other choices they want to make.
Okay, thank you. Other board members? Director Nathan, are you ready? I saw you pop on. Or would you like me to go to Director Marvin? Director Marvin, go ahead. I'm being the, I need my semaphores. Director Marvin, you have your hand up. Go ahead, please.
I do, and thank you, Director Workman. I think I appreciate your passion for this, but option B reduces total instructional time by 9 minutes. It's 9 minutes. I mean, you can do that. We've got brilliant staff at our schools, and they can figure out how to redo classes, passing time, lunchtime, whatever it is. So I value what you said, but it's 9 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Director Marvin. Director Workman?
Yeah, I would say it's not the number of minutes, it's how those minutes are divided, because when these options were originally presented to us, it was with, and I know we don't have to figure out schedules, but I know it was with that 7-period day with a 36-minute hour or 36-minute lunch. I watched the entire discussion that we had from September 15th and did ascertain twice with my questioning that option C with would still have a 15-minute lunch and a class period. If we can still do that with option B, I would be less opposed to it than I am now. So it's not necessarily the number of minutes, it's how those minutes are carved out. And once again, that's not our decision, but I just want to make sure that we are not reducing the number of opportunities, the number of classes per day that our students can take.
Thank you. Other board members? Thoughts? Reactions? Director Amundsen.
I'm just thinking really slowly. I mean, I realize that we have had multiple opportunities to digest all this, but it just seems that every time, you know, we get more information, the balance tips one way, and then the balance tips the other way, and the balance tips the other way. So these aren't things that I've had a lot of time to think about, because the idea of waiting another year when it seems like we've, you know, been accelerating towards this, and finally we're you know, feeling someone breathing down our neck to approve it tonight. I would feel more comfortable with the decision if we had had more time to, I mean, I know we've had a lot of time, don't get me wrong, but the childcare issue continues to weigh on my mind, and the opportunity to get together with the community, because, and by community I mean childcare providers and organizations that would be able to help with the after-school challenges, and just have a more thorough discussion, and maybe give a little bit more time in that additional year to make sure that we aren't making an already serious problem in our community worse. Because even though we're not in the childcare business, we are part of the community, and it's a problem that the community is struggling with. So all that is to say, I can see I can see advantages in waiting a year, but on the other hand, I feel like there's a lot of families who have been very anxiously awaiting our decision. So I'm hesitant to delay the year. I'm hesitant to go with option B unless we can just get some clarification on the idea of losing that potential of the 7th choice in high school. I just want to make sure that we're remembering that correctly. In which case I would lean towards option C, but I do like B better because it's less impact on the child care issues. So that was no help. That was kind of like Chair Sanger's list of, I just went through my pros and cons. But the clarification on the 7th choice would be useful at this point.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Director Barlow next.
Thank you. 21 months. That's almost 2 years. And it seems like, for me, so I'm going to say for me, making decisions, one of the wonderful things I enjoyed being a firefighter was our work schedule. We worked 24 hours and then we were off for 24 hours. So I never really had to do anything knowing that I could do it the next day. Okay. Suggesting now that our community has been patient with us. They have participated, provided input along the way, have even criticized us for our inability to make decisions. And yet, that's why we're here. And I support the idea that Director Schlusner had raised, because the issue before us is we have one of 3 options, except option B or option C or neither. Though of no fault of the cabinet or first student, they have responded to everything we've asked of them. I do value the input that Amy Ike had offered to address in part the child care concern. It's systemic, and it is perhaps even regional. So we can't necessarily solve it. We can discuss it, but I'm not sure we can solve it. Now, that being said, I believe it is appropriate to make a decision tonight. Okay? Making the decision is one thing. Implementation of that decision potentially is another thing. Okay? I appreciate the wisdom shared and expressed in regards to, well, why, implement a change next year only to make another change the following year. Let's give the parents some slack and maybe do everything one time. And I tend to believe that is a more thoughtful, reflective, compassionate way to respond. And so I know the question has not been called, and I thank Director Edmondson for informing us as to how the question should be addressed. But that being said, I guess I'll be clear in communicating my support for option B, as well as a implementation time of school year 22-23.
Thank you, Director Barlow. Okay, I'm going to apologize, board members. I'm going to go to Director Nathan next. I'm trying to, I kind of got lost on whose hand came up first, so I'm just trying to go who hasn't spoken last, but doing my best. Thanks. Go ahead, Kathy.
Well, before I say anything, I just want to make it clear, because I want the community to be clear that I believe in the science and I believe in a later start time for our secondary students. But I also am uncomfortable as I think of things prioritizing one group of students over another without having some comfort that the implementation can address the needs of all students. So I just want to make it clear, yes, later start times are absolutely important for secondary students. And I know that on this distance learning piece, we've had our high school students starting at 8:20, is that right? So they've been experiencing an 8:20 start time. Now travel isn't an issue, so that helps. But I don't know the kind of feedback I've been getting from my anecdotal interactions with the high school students that I work with is that they appreciate that later start time. So even though it's not past the 8:30, that the science says it is a step in the right direction, as Dr. Marvin said. I am also concerned about the option B, perhaps losing that seventh choice, but I'm equally concerned in option C that we lose 36 minutes of instructional time. And I went back and looked at the notes from the last meeting, and there was a conversation. We've had a conversation about what the right start time is for elementary students and whether earlier was better. We had a conversation about wondering what our secondary teachers thought about cutting instructional time, and I don't think that there was a formal let's go ask them or a survey, but maybe there was and I missed it. Do we have any sense of where our secondary teachers stand on losing 36 minutes versus 9 minutes? So that's another concern. Somebody can answer that in a second. And then I guess my, well, I already said my last concern about childcare is I've just heard too much from parents about how this childcare situation and distance learning has really upended their family situation, their finances, their jobs. And I would just hate to do something that makes that as Director Amundsen said, makes it worse. So if anybody knows anything about the loss of instructional time, that would really help for me.
Yeah, we did not. I think the board asked us to survey the middle school, so we did that. We did not survey the high school staff. And I just want to make it perfectly clear, not every student has a seventh period choice. It's not like every student across the district has that. There are some that do. You know, if the board says, you know what, we still want to make sure that those students that currently have access to 7 periods, we still do it. I'm sure our high school principals can figure out a schedule to make that work. But answer your question, Kathy, we did not survey the high school staff because we were not asked to at that time.
Right. And I recognize that not every student has 7th choice, but it's 7th choice that allows the music, primarily the music programs, to function. So right. When we're talking about 7th choice, we'll be explicit. We're talking about the availability of music programs, right. Primarily.
Those are usually the students that get choice of 7th period, right?
Right.
Director Workman.
Yeah, so I want to clarify too, if we go back to a 7 period day, then we're talking about having a split lunch, correct? So some students have lunch first and then class. Some students have class first and then lunch, and then some students have lunch in the middle. I mean, we've done that before. It's not very popular, but it's been done.
Yes.
Which also creates some scheduling problems because there are certain classes that can't have lunch in the middle, like Ed for one, or
Right.
maybe science. So then you start eliminating the classes that can't come during that time, which really chokes the system up. I mean, I think in our meeting, oh gosh, it was in February, I believe, that Mr. Fogarty really spoke to that issue quite a lot, and the difficulty with scheduling. So just thought I'd remind folks of that.
Director Marvin.
Thank you. When Director Barlow was speaking, I was going to say preach, but I know that would be inappropriate. But I think, Director Barlow, you got it exactly right. And let me just put this out here. If we lose 9 minutes of instructional time at the high school, that means you could have an 8-period day, and each class would be a minute and some seconds shorter. Our staff at our high schools, at our middle schools, at our elementary schools know how to work schedules. They've changed them dozens of times over the decades. They can figure this out. So I think it's our job right now not to tell them how many periods during the day they can have. Because again, it's a minute and some seconds less per hour in an 8-period day, but have them figure it out. Let's focus on start time, end time, and as Director Barlow said, if we decide tonight what we want our schools to do in 2022, 2023, that's going to give folks a long time to figure, including the district, figure out daycare and busing and everything else. So, and I promise I won't talk about this anymore tonight.
Thank you. Thank you. Director Nathan.
I guess, Director Marvin, if your perception of what would happen with option B is that we would retain an 8-period day and we would shave some time off of each period, when we had this conversation, we did not have confirmation that in making a decision for option B, that would be maintained. I'm questioning whether under losing 36 minutes under option C that we're not going to lose a period in the day. So it's just a priority for me for the students not to lose that opportunity, because we've been in that situation before where that 7th choice was taken away and almost decimated the music programs. So if that's what we're saying, that taking 9 minutes off means you shave time off of each of 8 periods, and we're not going to a different model, or we're going to a different model where we'll still retain the option of students to be able to take the same amount of courses they're taking today. I just haven't heard it stated that that's the direction the administration's going.
Okay, Director Amundsen.
Thanks. I just, to join the length of lunch and 7th choice conversation, because it explicitly states in the proposal B from the September meeting that it's a 36-minute lunch, then I figured that's what we're voting in. Which, again, if somebody wants to jump in and say that was just an example and that's not exactly what we're voting on, then that might help clarify the situation, or the reverse.
Right.
I guess I would say that was probably an example. I think Director Marvin has it right. What you're voting on tonight is the start time and end time is what's really on there.
Yeah, I agree with Superintendent in the way that I have looked at this more recently. I think, well, the other considerations are, childcare, lunch, class, number of classes, class minutes are important. We really have to, in my opinion, just focus on start and end time, and and let the administration kind of, for lack of a better word, figure out the rest. We can still hold some of those things as our priorities, but there really is no way to have, I think all the questions answered that we would want to be answered before we were making this decision. We just can't say if we will have child care partners to help us out. We don't know if there'll be, we know approximately how many bus routes, but we've heard that that's just an estimation at this point. So the more I've listened to my colleagues, and I appreciate those who, I appreciate all of you, but I appreciate those who kind of saw one B or C option and sort of felt like leaned more heavily towards one or the other. I think after, as Melissa pointed out, I gave everybody my pro and con list and then moved on, because I guess that's part of the thrill of being chair. Sometimes you can just keep moving on and not have to throw down your card. But I think at this point I would lean more towards option B. And as I started with later 2022 start of bell time change. Director Barlow.
Thank you. I just reviewed policy 602, which is, what is it? Organization of school calendar and school day. And actually, it says under item 4 that in developing the student day schedule, the superintendent shall consider such factors as school bus schedules, cooperative programs, differences in time requirements at various grade levels, effective utilization of facilities, cost effectiveness, and other concerns deserving of attention. And then further, proposed changes in the school day shall be subject to review and approval by the school board. So I'm comfortable with allowing the strength of our existing board approved policy to prevail here, allowing the superintendent to be the superintendent and to factor in the associated factors to include school bus schedules in developing and planning the school day. And if there are changes that we seemingly are concerned about, how many, classes, length of lunch, proposed changes are reviewed and approved by the school board. So without asking the superintendent what he will or won't do, the policy already sets into motion where the responsibility falls. And I will look forward to hearing the response and the direction that is offered by the superintendent at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Director Barlow. I also, I don't know if other board members have seen this in their research that I think is interesting, and I'm not introducing a new topic, but I do think it's very interesting in other districts that their schools may have a variety of start times, that it isn't just simply one tier. And so, again, I think that's, to Mr. Capper's point, if there was an efficiency that a school could, one school, because of where it is and where its students are, started at a slightly different time, I think, to me, that's an efficiency that should be pursued by administration, not to open another can of worms, just pointing out. And Wendy's laughing at me because she thinks I just opened a can of worms, but I didn't. Any other thoughts, board members? I have kind of a running tally of people's, I'm going to call them leanings. And then, yes, I see Superintendent has come on for some comments. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I think what we can do, if the board can choose an end and start time, we can take all of what we heard tonight about the 7 period options for our fine arts students and the concern about having ability to take that. I mean, we can take all that information and work with our administrators as they are developing the class schedules. I think that can all be considered, and we'll continue to, as Amy said, we'll continue to work with community partners to try to provide, additional child care spaces. We have been doing that, but we can continue having those conversations. And, one of the things that's popped in my head while this conversation was going on is, is, maybe this is something that Cradle to Career can kind of jump in and help us with that child care issue as well. But anyway, I think if we can choose a start time and end time, we can take all the concerns that were mentioned tonight and try to incorporate all of that in the schedule. I don't remember which meeting we had, but one of the meetings we said there's really no perfect option. Some have advantages, some have disadvantages, but I think, if we work with our administrators, they can try to accommodate as many of the concerns that were mentioned tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate those comments, Superintendent. Board members, is there anything else new, anything we haven't heard this evening? I'll give you a moment to pause before I look at my next potential steps. Director Marvin.
So I lied that I said I wouldn't say anything again. I'm wondering if now, or if there is a point that would be appropriate to ask for an amended resolution. For instance, that the board approves proposed bell times presented in option B, which should be implemented in the 2022-2023 school year.
We need to start with a motion, a main motion, and then it can be amended.
Thank you. Thank you.
So my notes say choose an option by consensus. May, possibly amend if so desired, which requires a motion and a second, and then moving on from there. So, board members, anything else? I would say from my note taking that the consensus would be to use option B as a resolution option and start there. Director Workman. Unmute.
If we're going to, I have a question about process. So if we were going to amend option B, then we vote for option B to begin with and then propose the amendment? Is that the order, or do you propose the amendment before we decide between B and C? Can't hear you.
Just listen harder, Julie.
Yeah, we're taking turns.
So because it's an action item, I need to get us to a resolution that I can read. And then there would be, then we need a motion and a second for that. And then an amendment would come to a primary resolution. And then a motion and second to consider that. I'm watching Wendy's lips and her hand gestures helping me get the Robert's Rules of Order correct. So, did you have a follow-up question, Director Workman?
I don't think so. I couldn't really hear what Wendy said. So, as long as you've got the program, I'm fine.
Yeah. So, what my suggestion is, and this is just my suggestion, looking at the notes I have taken, that I would read the resolution with option B in it as our starting place as an action item. After the resolution is read, then any amendments could be made to that resolution. Is there any questions on that? I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 approves the proposed bell times presented in option B, which will be implemented for the 2021-2022 school year. I need a motion and a second. Thank you.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Now we're going to take a discussion. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Discussion is next. And if anyone wanted to, so we can discuss and or amend. Director Nathan.
So as I look at all of the, well, first of all, I want to say I appreciate the superintendent's comments about taking everything that the board is saying and taking it back to the administrators. Because we were able to have some administrators at our bell time study sessions and the other times that we've described it, I agree that they have the capacity to come up with something that will work for the students. And if you would just take our messages to them, you know, I think that will help the conversation. And, you know, as I look through all the options, you know, option B has the least number of concerns. And if I heard correctly in the presentation from the Mr. Sheridan, while rerouting would be necessary with transportation, and there might be some of changes in transfer points, etc., some of those same components, there seem to be fewer complications in the process of routing for that option B. Is that correct?
Face value, yes. But again, we haven't done the routing like we did for option C yet.
Okay. So, okay, those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Director Workman.
Okay, I unmuted first and then hit the camera. So my question also is for Mr. Sheridan. So when we were talking earlier was mostly about option C and the difficulties that you would have, and that we would have to repeat this whole process all over again when new buildings come online. Would you, and it's, I don't mean to put you on the spot, so please just tell me it's, you know, you just can't know at this point. Do you think it would be less hassle to do option B in 2021 and then do some rerouting in 2022 than it would have been to do that with option C? I mean, because you do some rerouting, you do a little bit of rerouting every year anyway. Probably not a whole lot, but.
I'm going to defer to the master, Jeff Cappers, on that one. Jeff, did you hear that question?
I did. I mean, it's going to take a pretty good reroute. I need to take a quick peek at it. I don't know if I have that option B in my stuff here. Was that the 8:20?
Well,
what time was elementary starting? On option
9:35.
9:35. I mean, that would be the easiest one to route. Again, I would really like to take this time to totally reevaluate our whole system and try to do some different things. It definitely wouldn't take near the time that it would for option C. Could it be done twice? Yes. Yes, it could. I mean, it's kind of like I've always said, how much money you got, we can do almost anything. But, you know, in this case, we could probably make that work next year if we had to.
I guess as a follow-up, I mean, if I'm going to compromise on option C, and there have certainly been some significant reasons to not go with that one, then I would want to make sure that our high school students would get the benefit of a later start time right away, even if that means we have to do some rerouting the following year. If we went with option C, I'd be more willing to wait an extra year because it is just so much more complicated to do. I realize that's not part of the resolution as it stands right now, but I would at least like to be able to leave here with an understanding of what it was we actually decided to do and when.
I assure you that is the goal. Superintendent.
Yeah, I think another factor that has been mentioned is not only the work to rerouting, but if we make the change next year, I'll know what my start time is for next year. But then when the boundaries are redrawn, I may be going to a different school, or my bus pickup time may be different than next year because the routes are different. So not only the work to doing the routes 2 times in a row, you're going to have parents know, all right, next year my kid gets picked up at this time. The following year, well, you're going to a different school now, so now it's a different time. So, I mean, that's a factor too. I mean, not that they can't overcome that, but so it's not only the work to do it, but it's families' bus times are going to change 2 years in a row.
Okay, go ahead, Jen.
But it's not like it's going to be, it's not going to be like it's going to be an hour's difference in a change with a schedule. I mean, I don't know, maybe 15 or 20 minutes. I mean, if that's going to be a significant issue, then I don't know why we're having any of this discussion at all about changing any time. I mean, I'm starting to get a little bit exasperated with trying to figure out all the what ifs and whens and who's going to be impacted. Maybe it'll be a 10-minute difference. Maybe, I don't know, could it be as big as a half an hour difference? I mean, that's, you know, that's certainly not the responsibility of the board to figure that out. I mean, I realize it might make a difference, but I mean, parents have been certainly coping with a whole lot worse things this year. Not that that's, you know, any justification for making their lives complicated 2 years in a row.
Okay, so let's try to limit our discussion at the moment to our main resolution. And I, again, apologies, I don't know who was first, Melissa or Kathy. I think it was Melissa. Go ahead.
So I think this is still relevant to our main resolution because we're deciding whether to amend the date of effectiveness, I think. And I know everyone's going to scream when I say this, but if we're not looking at making a change next year, I would hesitate to vote on something because any number of additional information could come up at that point, including budget, including, you know, if we make budget cuts or changes to work boundaries or any of those types of things. I would hate to lock ourselves in when we haven't fully run the numbers for option B yet. So if we are going with option B, I would say for this coming school year, if we're looking at the following school year, then I don't know what the rush is with a vote. So I know everybody can scream now.
Director Nathan.
So I'm thinking about what the superintendent said about doing the routes for 2 years. So regardless of whether we were to change bell times, the bus times would change for everyone in 2022-23 because of the boundary changes. So the question really is, do we want to add an additional modification just to their bus scheduling in 2021? And right, Directors, Chair Seelinger, that's the resolution on the floor right now is 2021-22.
Correct.
Okay. So when I think about trade-offs, because every one of these options has trade-offs, I see trading off giving our high school students our middle school and high school students a later start time sooner over parents needing to adjust what time their kids get to the elementary parents adjusting what time their kids get to the bus. So I would right now be in favor of sticking with a 2021 implementation As long as I'm hearing from our transportation staff that it could be done twice.
It can be done twice. There will be costs involved, but it can be done twice.
Thank you, Scott. Director Marvin.
Yeah, and now you know I'm a pathological liar because after I said I wouldn't talk anymore, here I am again. Our experience, I think, with this district has been that we have amazing families and they're amazingly flexible, but they want to know ahead of time, way ahead of time, how things are going to be. And, you know, as Scott said, we could do this and we could put it into effect next fall. But if we give people a year plus in advance notice, which in Rochester I think is what families want, give us time to figure it out. Daycare and jobs and after school and whatever. I think that's what our families want, is give us the time to figure it out. Give our community time to figure out how we can best serve the needs of our kids and our families. And again, you know, as Julie said, and she was right, it's been more than 20 years that we've been talking about this. So as much as I am eager to move forward, I'm thinking if we have one more year, tell people right now, this is what it's going to be. Let our schools figure out how their school day is going to work. By the time 2022 comes around, we're going to have most of the issues I think answered.
Thank you. Director Amundsen.
Normally I would agree with everything Director Marvin just said, except that we've been getting a lot of communication from the public that says, you know, just let's do this. It's long since time and we've been talking for a long time. And if we could implement a change right now that we knew would improve outcomes for 20 to 25% of our students, we would do that. There's science behind this, that this is a decision that's going to benefit our teenagers. More than 20 to 25. I was just thinking of high school. So half of our students, it could potentially improve outcomes. I don't know why we would want to wait. I think the trade-off in getting it done immediately, and you know, we've already essentially delayed it one school year already. So if we're going with option B, I would, with apologies to the people who are going to have to do the extra work twice, sincere apologies, I would be in favor of moving ahead immediately if we're going to go with B.
Director Workman.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think parents are going to be adjusting to a boundary change in 2022 with a potentially different school. Do they also want to be dealing with a time change at the same time? Or is it better to have the time change earlier next fall? They've had have had a chance to get used to that. Maybe there'll be a slight adjustment once the schools are online. Maybe there won't. But I think that Director Amundsen really raised an excellent point concerning the benefit that this would bring, potential benefit that this would bring to our to half of our student body. So I would concur with her suggestion, recommendation that we, you know, leave it at 2021-2022 school year, the way it's written in the resolution right now.
Excuse me. I appreciate what my colleagues have said. I appreciate both sides of the deliberation about potentially going forward with option B, starting it next year, with the understanding that in the following year we would be changing boundaries. However, I feel more strongly that the last 8 months have been very difficult for our families, and we are not sure when this period of distance learning and pandemic living will change. And so I am not in favor of an incremental change of bell times in 2021 and boundaries in 2022. I think that will impact some of our younger learners and our families a lot with great significance. And knowing that the mental health and social emotional needs of our students are increasing the longer we are in distance learning, hybrid learning, and pandemic living. I think the more stability we can give them, it would be better. And so I personally, I would support option B starting in 2022, which isn't even really a discussion item at the moment. Anything new, board members? Is there any appetite to amend this resolution?
I would amend the resolution to accept bell time proposal option B with the starting date of 2022-2023.
Schleusner will second that.
There has been a motion and a second to amend the resolution to read, the school board approves the proposed bell times presented in option B implemented in 2022-2023 school year. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
I guess I would make one final point that our high schoolers and are used to being at an 8:20 start time this year, and if we don't change the start times next year, we're asking them to go back to an earlier start time after they've already reaped the benefits of starting later. So that's one of the considerations I'm taking into account, whether to support this amendment.
Thank you. Anything else on the amendment? Ms. Edgar, will you please call the roll for the amendment only?
Gotcha. Ms. Amundson?
Nay.
Mr. Barlow?
Aye.
Ms. Marvin?
Aye.
Ms. Nathan?
Nay.
Mr. Schleusner?
Aye.
Chair Seelinger?
Aye.
Ms. Workman?
Nay.
Thank you.
Passes on a 4-3. So now the resolution states, be it resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 approves the proposed bell times presented in option B, which will be implemented in the 2022-23 school year. Is there a motion on the new resolution?
Motion to approve Schleusner.
Second, Marvin.
Any further discussion? Director Nathan, sorry, I'm trying to look two directions at once.
So while I'm not in support, or was not in support of the amendment, I am in support of making some progress forward on changing start times to later. I think it's time. I think we have to make a decision. So I'll be voting in favor of the resolution.
Thank you, Director Nathan. Anything else? Oh, sorry. Pardon me. Okay. Seeing no other comments, Ms. Edgar, would you please call the vote?
Ms. Amundson.
Aye.
Barlow.
Aye.
Ms. Marvin.
Aye.
Nathan.
Aye.
Schuster.
Aye.
Chair Seelinger.
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you.
Board members, thank you. That was a difficult decision. I appreciate our discussion, kind, respectful, and thoughtful. Appreciation to Mr. Sheridan, who is still on my screen by himself, and your team and staff for all the work you have done and the work that will be the future work. This is, I don't know why I'm like, Julie, I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you. I much appreciate all the work that's gone into it. I know it hasn't been easy for you having to deal with, well, I won't speak for my fellow board members, but
no, I just meant you've talked about how long this decision has been in coming, and so it feels very significant for our district. So much appreciation.
Thank you.
Okay, let's.
Uh-oh, did Deb freeze again?
It looks like she froze.
She will be back in one moment.
It's the budget approval. Could you just?
I'll ask her. Jean?
You're back, Deborah.
Yes.
Oh, you're back, Deborah.
I can hear you.
Are we good?
Were you hearing her through my microphone, Miss Melissa?
Well, that's possible, but I was hearing conversation, so I thought I'd let you know.
Yep. Jean, would you like to introduce the next item?
Yes, I'm just going to try to get that back up. Amy, Wendy, can you tell me what it is? I just lost my second screen.
Oh dear, it's that time of day. It's the approval of the 2020-2021 budget adjustments as of October 31st, 2020.
Thank you. This is the next issue up on our agenda. And Mr. Munoz.
Yes, Mr. Carlson, Executive Director of Finance, will brief us on this agenda item. John.
Okay, good evening again. I have a 3-hour presentation prepared. Actually not.
That's so not funny. I'm just
yeah, we will go through this quickly. This is the normal first quarter budget revisions that we present after the audit is done. It allows us to true up the budget and reauthorize spending the unspent budgets from last year, our carryover budgets. And I'm trying to advance. So I'll spend just a couple seconds here to explain the first slide, and then the rest of them on the other funds will look very similar. But when we approved the original budget for this school year, that's the first column, says beginning fund balance. At that time, we have a projection of what the ending fund balance will be, but we don't know for sure. And so 29.9 million is what our books said we would be entering the school year as a starting point. We'd have revenues of 239.5 million, expenditures of 241.4. We'd end the year with a total of 27.9 million in the general fund. Move right to column 2. We are adjusting up the starting point by 13.6 million in this fund. As we talked about during the audit, we came in better than budget. So the starting point is actually 43.5 million in the general fund. We're adding in 1.9 million of revenues. We are adding in $13.2 million of expenditures. And once that plays itself out, the new projected ending point would be $30.3 million in the general fund. There are quite a few adjustments going on here. The 1.9 million of revenue adjustments is made up of $7.9 million of new revenues that we did not know about when we asked you to approve the budget. Most of that is in federal grants like the Coronavirus Relief Fund, and then there's another large block of money for special education federal funds. And then we are actually taking out $6 million of state general education aid due to the 811 students less than projected. So you put those two together and it's about $1.9 million in total difference to the positive still. We are adjusting, asking you to approve the expenses up 13.2 million. Right off the bat, 7.9 million of that is due to the new federal money I just told you about on the revenue side. So we put that in as now authorizing it to be spent. And then $5.8 million of carryover or unspent budgets from 1920 in different categories like site and department budgets that we let carry over. There's operating capital, there's certificate of participations, those are technology projects that weren't complete, and so we're just asking you to reauthorize that spending. And then we are taking out 500,000 due to open positions that we have had in the budget that have not been filled. I usually give you an update on FTEs. There's very minimal change this year. We haven't had the normal amount of movement upward or downward. Our teachers and paras are usually the line items that change the most from May to now, and they're both relatively the same. And so bottom line, when you approve the budget, there were 2,627 FTE within the budget, and now the budget we're asking you to approve has 2,638 FTE. Most of the FTE increase are coronavirus relief funds positions, so like the COVID contact tracing team, and we've put in some extra maintenance positions. So most of that is just paid for with federal funds that are new money. And I want to point out that within our budget right now we have 168 full-time equivalent positions that are budgeted but unfilled, and that's we've been having unfilled positions for a couple years now. But this is the highest number we've seen, and some of those are in student nutrition services because we have put a significant portion of that union on layoff status or unrequested leave of absence. Overall, the general fund is projected to end at 8.2% of our expenditures. So if we fully spent all of the budget this year, the ending point would be 8.2%. That's just a couple tenths of a percent higher than what we told you we thought it would be in June. And part of that is because last year, as Nancy told you earlier, ended better than we expected. All right, I'll go through the rest of the funds pretty quick. Non-allocated is a portion of the general fund, but it's the donated money and some fundraised money. We we asked you to set an original budget of 0, but there was $1.1 million of carryover, so we just want to get that approved for the sites to be able to spend it. Student activities, the same thing. There's $300,000 of adjustments for them to be allowed to spend the money we carried over from last year. Food service, I guess I would just make note that due to not having in-person school, sales of lunches and breakfasts is way down, so we're projecting $4.7 million less in revenue. And then again, because we are not buying as much food and we've put a significant portion of that workforce in layoff, there should be at least $3.6 million less in expenditures. But even still, it does appear that the food service fund is going to go negative $1.2 million this year. The community ed budget, we are asking to revise in basically the 21st Century Grant as the major revenue and the major expenditure change. In construction, the ending fund balance was about $10 million higher than we thought. And that's not because construction is necessarily behind schedule. The way the money is flowing out and being paid to the contractors is just slightly less fast than what we were told it was going to be. So the contractors are getting paid. It's just they're not sending in their bills at the rate we thought they were going to come in at. Debt service, we're making very few changes there, just a small transfer of revenue from construction over to debt service. Our flexible spending plan, again, very little change in the budget we're asking for you to approve there. Our work comp is about the same. Our dental trust, we are noticing our employees are going to the dentist less during this time. So we believe claims will come in about $400,000 less than what we thought they would. Same with health insurance. We believe claims will be about $1.9 million less than what we thought they would be. We're not really making a significant change to printing or the OPEB fund. All total, our all funds added together, the budget for spending that you approved was $403.6 million. Now that we ask you to reauthorize several of the carryover buckets of money, the new budget would be $417.2 million with $325.7 million of revenues, and we would end the year with $178.2 million in all our funds. And again, the majority of that is going to be unspent construction because these projects were timed out over 3 years. We do expect to carry, again, several of those construction dollars over. I want to just point out that, again, I've said it a couple times, but $10.5 million of the $13.6 million total in spending that we're asking you to approve is carryover. It's money that was left over that you had said it was okay to spend last year. It didn't get fully spent last year, so we're asking to roll it back into this year's budget. And then I think this is the best point that I can say is, even though we are 811 students below projection, because we did have a fairly good year financially last year, we're going to draw that money back out of the fund balance and keep paying the people that we hired for, the teaching staff, the paraprofessional staff that are hired. And we'll be deficit spending, but I don't think we'll be materially worse off than what we thought we were going to be. And so again, that 8.2% is kind of the marker that we're shooting for, and hopefully we can meet that or exceed that, because that will really help us as we talk about the next item when we move into planning out the budget for the 21-22 school year. And I will stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. And Chair Seelinger, are you back?
I have returned from my long journey away.
Welcome.
Thank you. I think I've been here too long because the internet kicked me off both my devices. So, questions for Mr. Carlson on his fine reporting. Director Workman?
Yes. Mr. Carlson, you said you had a 3-hour presentation, and I think you've got some time to go. So I could start by trying to fill up 3 hours worth of questions. But honestly, thinking about that, all I can come up with is my usual thanks to you and your team for doing such a good job for making things clear and understandable, especially at 10:15 at night. So I appreciate your reporting. Thanks.
Thanks. And for anyone that's interested and wants to see everything balanced to the penny, those supporting documents are in the board public site. And I try to view things in the highest millions of dollars and round things off so that we don't spend 3 hours talking about it.
I've just gone through all of it, and I've got half of it memorized already.
Okay.
If you believe that, then I have a bridge to sell.
Dr. Nathan.
Chair Seelinger, does anybody else have their hands up? Okay, then I would like to move this to action.
Thank you.
Second, Workman.
It's been moved and seconded to move this to action. Ms. Edgar.
Ms. Amundson.
Aye.
Mr. Barlow.
Aye.
Ms. Marvin.
Aye.
Ms. Nathan.
Aye.
Schuster.
Aye.
Chair Seelinger.
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
So now an action item, I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 approve the 2020-2021 budget adjustments through October 31st, 2020 as presented.
Move approval.
Second.
Ms. Edgar.
Ms. Amundson.
Aye.
Mr. Barlow.
Aye.
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 Chair Seelinger.
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Oh, where are we? Okay, 7.06 budget process for 2021-2022. This is an information item. Superintendent.
Yes, Mr. Carlson will provide this information as well.
All right, thank you. I don't have a formal PowerPoint on this. I'll just refer you to board docs for the kind of brief outline, but the gist of what we have here is just to give you some information. We've talked about this a couple times now, and we just want to reiterate or confirm our understanding of how we should move forward with planning for the 21-22 school year. So we've checked off a couple of the key things that needed to get done. That was tonight. We got the audit approved and accepted. We've done first quarter budget revisions, so now my staff will be turning out the next 5-year general fund financial forecast. We'll present that to you on December 15th. And that will really give us a better picture, a better handle now as we work in the closed school year from last year and the updated budget for this year, and try to guide us into making a good decision for the next school year. Just a reminder, our deadline where we feel like we would like to have any major decisions made or proposals on the table would be by February 16th, so we can start the staffing process for next year. And then we will bring you back on May 25th, detailed look of the budget. So we use that time from February 16th to May 25th to do all the staffing, all the budgeting, prepare all the materials, and then bring it forward for study and approval. So when we last talked at the October 6th meeting, there seemed to be consensus to me and the superintendent that we should hold some study sessions, because it is appearing that significant budget adjustments might be needed in the next school year, although now that we have a little clearer picture on our results, that's part of what we want to talk to you about is how should we proceed. So at our first study session on January 12th, I guess superintendent and I are proposing that we should use that time to kind of do a refresher on the budget, talk about the standard allocations that we give to each principal, get our new board members that are newly seated, get them up to speed, review peer data, just so we can kind of get a grounding in, are we spending too much here, are we spending too little there compared to our peers, and just kind of have those discussions on studying the current state of our spending and revenues. We're proposing that at the second study session then on January 26th, we come back and we discuss maybe an administrative recommendation on budget parameters for the 21-22, discuss parameters that board members have been thinking about concurrently with us, and then discuss a possible community engagement or a survey regarding the priorities, so that as we move into early February, then we can come back and see what does the public think about some of the ideas that the administration and the board have put forward for adjustments in the next school year, and then hopefully kind of get to a consensus maybe on what the parameters would look like, or what the direction to the administration would look like as we spend those 3 months crafting the next budget and adjusting staffing as we go forward. So I don't think I said it explicitly, but on January 12th too, I'd also want to have a discussion on the revenue side, because I know that came up too, that it's not just cutting expenses, it's what are our options for increasing revenue, not saying we've made any decisions whatsoever, but just put it out there to understand what options we have, as well as what amount would be appropriate to use out of savings in lieu of cutting expenditures too. So should we apply any fund balance to that? So I think I'll stop there and then just see if there's any questions on, are we understanding where we're going, and does this seem like an acceptable plan to move forward on the next budget?
Thanks. Director Nathan.
John, thanks for this clear timeline. I think it's not only just helpful for us, but it's really helpful for the community to see all the steps that are involved. So I've got a question about the January 26th study session. If we have a conversation at that study session on the 26th, and we decide that we want to do community engagement or the survey, is there enough time to put that engagement together, collect the information, and get the feedback to report back by February 9th?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, that would be a very tight turnaround. We'd have to almost be ready to launch it, but actually just fill in the details maybe the next day or something with the ideas, but kind of have a general plan already put together on how we're releasing it, or what day we might be doing community engagement. Those types of things should be thought of ahead.
And I'm assuming that the community engagement or the feedback we're looking at from the community is based on the conversation we have on the 26th about the administration's budget parameters and our budget parameters, and sort of what we agree upon kind of going forward that we're wanting to get the community feedback on. So we have to have that parameter discussion first.
That's kind of how I'm envisioning it, because I think we'll all have ideas, and we'll kind of want to see how does that sit with people when they hear some of the ideas that are on the table.
Okay. I have a radical thought, but I will let some other people add their comments before you come back to me, Chair Seelinger.
Sure. I will share some forward-thinking thoughts that perhaps you could consider, Mr. Carlson, on your January 12th study session. Last year, I learned that my colleagues and I do not consider the budget in exactly the same way, which I thought was really fascinating, because, of course, I thought that the way I looked at your big budget book was the way that everyone looked at the big budget book. So my suggestion, take it or leave it, I won't be here to know, is that perhaps you have board members kind of express to you how they look at the budget book, because I think that was it was really eye-opening to me that we had some differences, and perhaps the way we looked at it differently led to some of the questions and conversations. And so I don't know if that would be helpful to you, but just one of my parting thoughts I will leave you with. No one has raised their hand, Director Nathan, so what else do you got?
Okay, so here was my radical idea. If we're looking for more time to engage in community engagement, is there any thought to, because I understand that January 12th study session is being informational and educational, you're really just bringing people up to speed. Any way we can do that at the January 5th meeting, either as a separate study session or as an agenda item on that? I don't know what else is on the agenda for January 5th, if it's a full. I looked at some of the January agendas for the past few years, and it just depended on what other decisions we had to make that determined how long that agenda was. That was my radical thought. Move it up a week.
So kind of move that part up a week to get more ideas going sooner. Would you still advocate then for January 12th, or would you say that is in lieu of, or we'll have January 5th in lieu of the 12th then?
No, I would say move January 12th's content to January 5th, which would allow us to have the parameter ideas and the community engagement planning on the 12th, which gives us more time.
So maybe the 26th then wouldn't need to happen because we'll be collecting data, getting ready for the 9th. Okay.
Right.
I'll let the people who set the agendas talk that out.
They will take that under advisement. How's that? Anything else, board members, on the process? Comments, questions? Okay, I am not seeing any, so I'm going to move us along. 7.07, approval of combined polling places. This is a briefing item, Superintendent.
Yes, Mr. Carlson will brief us on this agenda item.
All right, thank you. This is my last item, I think, for the night. So, one of the things we have to do now every year by December 31st is we do need to pass a resolution that basically says if we were to have an election outside of a general election day in the next calendar year, where would our polling places be? And I think the thinking is so that it gets out there, it's public, all the people that need to know have the chance to work on this ahead of time, and then we're not switching things up at the last minute on voters. So given the conversation we just had on the potential for revenue increases, one of those ways you increase revenues, you have a operating referendum vote, and that would occur if it did occur, if there was any decision to move forward. It's very possible that could happen in a standalone election by ourselves, so this resolution does become more important than it did last year. What we've done is we've looked through all of our polling places, our precinct data. We've talked to the city of Rochester, talked to Olmsted County. We've gotten their ideas and thoughts on where it makes sense to combine. And the purpose of combining is just to make things administratively more efficient. Every polling place we have open does have costs because it has usually 2 head election judges and 4 to 8 assistant election judges, so and you're renting the facility. So if each of our precincts were to stand alone, there would be 75 different polling places. And in 2019, when we ran the election by ourselves, we had combined it down to 51 polling places. The resolution before you tonight takes that one step further and uses new combinations that the city of Rochester used for this election, as well as some other conversations we've had about where numbers have been very low in some of the precincts and where we could, for efficiency's sake, move it maybe to the next precinct over, again, to assist in the efficiency. In our last election, we noticed that there was an uptick, quite a big uptick from our 2015 election in the numbers of people that voted earlier voted by mail. And then, of course, we've just gone through the 2020 election where even more people voted by mail. So we think that that's probably becoming more and more likely that people will do that. But of course, we still want to have a decent amount of polling places open. So I don't necessarily need you to approve this resolution tonight. I just wanted to put it out there and make sure, though, that we do get it approved by the next board meeting. So I guess at this time I take any questions on the proposal.
Thanks. Director Amundsen.
Is there any reason not to move it to action?
No, you certainly could if you're comfortable with it. It's not a problem. I just didn't know if you'd want to. So it's your call.
Is there any anticipation that we'd get contacted by anybody with input on the item between now and next time?
I have had 0 inquiries on this so far. I guess you'd have to tell me if you think you would get more as a board member, but I'd say the one contact I had was with City of Rochester, someone in their elections department last week who had reviewed the list for me and said, this looks good. I like your ideas, so.
Director Nathan.
And just to clarify, this is only on a school board special election where we're the only thing running an election. This doesn't apply to the general elections.
That's correct. And so one of the rules is we do have to use previously established polling places by the county or the city. So all of the locations on here are locations they've used. It just combines some of the lower, some of the precincts with lower numbers into other precincts. So.
Thank you.
Anything else, board members?
I would move this to action.
Second, Workman.
Moved and seconded.
There's a hand.
Yeah, I see the hand. Director Marvin? Put down her hand. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Ms. Edgar?
Ms. Amundsen?
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Marvin?
Aye.
Ms. Nathan?
Aye.
Mr. Schlusner?
Aye.
Chair Seelinger?
Aye.
Ms. Workman?
Aye.
Thank you.
Now an action item, I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the School Board of Independent School District 535 does hereby approve the resolution establishing combined polling places for multiple precincts and designating hours during which the polling places will remain open for voting for school district elections not held on a day of a statewide election.
Move approval.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Ms. Edgar? Hang on just for a minute.
Okay. Ms. Amundsen?
Aye.
Mr. Barlow?
Aye.
Ms. Marvin?
Aye.
Ms. Nathan?
Aye.
Mr. Schlusner?
Aye.
Chair Seelinger?
Aye.
Ms. Workman?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carlson. 7.08, resolution disciplining an employee. This is an action item. I will read the resolution. Now therefore be it resolved by the School Board of Independent School District 535, Rochester Public Schools as follows. 1. The school board hereby approves the letter setting forth the discipline and the basis or cause for the discipline. 2. The school board chair is directed to sign the letter on behalf of the school board. 3. The district superintendent or his designee is directed to serve the approved letter on the employee and to place a copy of the letter in the employee's personnel file. Pursuant to Minnesota Statute Section 13.43, Subdivision 2, the specific reasons for the proposed discipline, the nature of the proposed discipline, and the letter are private data on the employee until final disposition of the proposed disciplinary action.
Move approval.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ms. Edgar.
Ms. Amundson,
Aye.
Mr. Barlow,
Aye.
Ms. Marvin,
Aye.
Ms. Nathan,
Aye.
Mr. Schlusner,
Aye.
Chair Seelinger,
Aye.
Ms. Workman.
Aye.
Thank you.
Got it. Board members, just a thought at 10:36 p.m. I would like to move to lay the rest of the items on our agenda temporarily aside temporarily. This motion would need.
Postpone. That's the Robert's Rules of Order. And I think you have to do it item by item.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on which one you're doing.
Okay.
She's talking about 14.
Okay. All right. Board members, I move to postpone the item 7.09 Superintendent Evaluation Tool Review information to our next meeting. Is there a second?
I'll second. Schlusner.
Thank you. Any discussion? It's debatable, it's amendable, and we need a majority to postpone an item to a certain time. Director Amundson.
I'm not sure that I would have a major problem with that unless there was going to be a lot of changes to it, in which case it would delay the superintendent's ability to implement items from the program, from the proposal.
Okay. Thank you. Director Nathan?
My question is, does it have to come back as an information item, or can it come back as a briefing item so that we can move it down the track?
I think that is up to our discretion, whether it's an information or a briefing item.
Okay, so my second question on that same approach is, if it comes back as an information item, can someone introduce a resolution to move it to action?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so.
Okay.
And sorry, I didn't, because I made the motion myself. Apologies, Director Workman. I made the motion myself. I probably should have defended my motion. We've been here over 5 hours, and I am getting personally very more than tired, and knowing that the next few items are possibly longer conversations, I'm not sure that that is good for our collective brains. But so that was my reason for bringing it up. Director Workman.
Yes, I would be okay with this if it comes back as a briefing item. I would say board members have had the information to review. We have not had any questions so far on the evaluation, so it's not, even tonight, it's not a new information item. It would have just been something perhaps up for discussion. So I certainly share your perspective about kind of losing it at this late hour. I would like to see it come back as a briefing item.
Director Amundson.
Wondering if we can tack any business onto next Tuesday.
Oh, that's a good idea.
We're not delaying longer and longer. I totally get that this has been a long meeting, but maybe next Tuesday would be an option.
Next Tuesday or next, we don't have a meeting next Tuesday, just to clarify.
Well, we don't, but we have it reserved on our mutual calendars in case. I mean, we always have the fourth Tuesday reserved, so.
I don't think I would be in favor of putting another meeting on our schedule. Mostly in part because of its Thanksgiving week.
And that's not an option for December 1st?
We would add a meeting for December 1st because it's a Truth and Taxation is a special meeting, so it would be an addition of a regular meeting. I'm looking at special session. Okay. If we're going to vote.
Right.
Other thoughts? I don't want to take up more time talking about tabling it than would have taken on the item, so I'm just trying to get through. Any other thoughts on that? Okay. I think now we're going to vote. Oh, wait, okay, no. It's been moved and seconded. We've had discussion. Now we're going to vote on postponing item 7.08 to
7.09.
Sorry.
Right.
Thank you. 7.09 to, do I have to say the time? To the meeting or till the next available meeting?
Yes, to the next.
Okay, to the next available meeting time. Wendy, should I call the roll?
Ms. Amundson?
I abstain. I could go either way.
Isn't an abstention considered to be a no vote?
Right.
As ruled.
It's allowing the rest of the body to decide.
Well,
Mr. Barlow?
Aye.
Ms. Marvin?
Aye.
Ms. Nathan?
Aye.
Aye.
Chair Seelinger?
Aye.
Ms. Workman?
aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, I'd like to make a motion to postpone item 710, approval of school board governance committee, a briefing item, to our next available meeting.
Second.
So moved.
Thank you. Discussion. Hearing no discussion, I will ask Ms. Edgar to call the vote.
Ms. Amundson?
Abstain.
Mr. Barlow?
Aye.
Ms. Marvin?
Aye.
Ms. Nathan?
Aye.
Mr. Schusman?
Aye.
Chair Seelinger?
Aye.
Ms. Workman?
Aye.
Okay, thanks, board members.
We have one more.
I know. Do you want to do that one? Just like, I'm looking to Kathy. Yeah, okay. Item 7.11, approval of revisions to the policies and procedures manual. This is a briefing item. And I think it's me handing off to the policy committee.
Director Marvin, you're up. Is Director Marvin still up?
She's gone to bed. She heard there was possible getting out of.
All right. And if either of you have the policy thing in front of you.
Yes, I can start.
Thank you.
Okay, so here are the policies that we are briefing at this meeting. Policy 560, homeless, highly mobile students. Children who are homeless and highly mobile will have access to the same free, appropriate public education as provided to all students to remain in their school. They may choose to remain in their school of origin unless it is in their best interest to enroll in another school. And the only change to this policy was changing the coordinator of this program to coordinator of transitions and fostering connections.
Thank you. And Ms. Nathan,
yes,
as we set up before, I found my papers, so I'll do the next few, and then you and Ms. Workman take over.
Got it.
5 alternative programs.
Hang on just a second. Hang on just a second, Director Marvin.
Yes.
Student support services supervisor,
Not transition and fostering.
not transition and fostering coordinator.
Yeah. Student services program coordinator. That's a language change.
Okay, thank you. There was a voice from somewhere else.
Okay. So there's that. And again, these are policies that we will not approve tonight. We'll just brief, and then at the next meeting we can approve. 605, alternative programs. These recognize the need for alternative education programs for school district students who may be at risk if not provided the opportunities to enhance their educational opportunities. This one, we just removed the procedure section. 606, textbooks and instructional materials. This basically says that whenever we are adopting or adapting curriculum, we try to provide the largest possible population in determining what's appropriate and equitable for our students. The procedures section was removed, and we added the language that instructional materials would be selected and reviewed through an equity framework. 609, religion. The school district doesn't promote or disparage any religious belief or non-belief, but encourages all students and staff to appreciate religion's significant historic and contemporary role and influence. No change in that. 610, field trips. They must be well planned, orderly, safe, and in most cases relate directly to the objective of the class or activity for which they are requested. No change there. And 614, school district testing plan and procedure. The district implements procedures for testing and test security and documentation. There's some formatting change, but nothing significant. Thank you. And Directors Workman and Nathan, take it from there.
Okay, 619, staff development standards, addresses the needs of all staff to prioritize staff development that will ensure effective implementation of the Minnesota academic standards and federal law at all levels. No change. 624, online learning option. This policy recognizes and governs online learning options for school district students. No change. 625, animals in the classroom, allows animals in the classroom for the sole purpose of instruction and encourages alternative methods when possible. This adds language to exempt law enforcement or service animals. 630, shared curricular programs, provides guidance for the school district to work cooperatively with non-public school students grades 6 through 12 and their parents' guardians. No change. Shared time co-curricular and extracurricular programs includes eligibility, enrollment, and conditions for shared time student to participate in co-curricular and extracurricular activities governed by the Minnesota State High School League and RPS. Removes language that provided a list of interscholastic activities. 7.01, establishment and adoption of the school district budget. Establishes lines of authority and procedures for the establishment of the school district's revenue and expenditure budget. remove the procedure section. Modification of school district budget establishes procedures for the modification of the school district's adopted revenue and expenditure budgets. No change. Jean, I'm going to hand it back to you. Julie's having some technical difficulties.
Okay. 701.02, purchase of goods and services. This is about the practices that ensures quality, consistency, and racial responsibility when purchasing goods and services for the school board. There's no change. 702, accounting. It's the Universal Financial Accounting and Reporting Standards for Minnesota school districts. It was adopted by the Minnesota Department of Education. No change there. 704, development and maintenance of an inventory of fixed assets and a fixed asset accounting system. This is a fixed asset accounting system and inventory of fixed assets. No change. 705, investments. We have to be very careful about the guidelines for the investment of school district funds. No change. 706, the language here was the issue. Acceptance of gift and donations. It provides guidelines for the school board regarding the acceptance of gifts and donations. And the focus has changed to purpose of this policy is to provide guidelines for the school board regarding accepting donations and gifts to the school district. To, well, a couple things. The school board doesn't accept, school board members don't accept gifts, so that's made clear. Also, it changes the spelling of devise to device. English teacher thing there. And 707.01, bus contractor duties and responsibilities. This is how we negotiate our contracts with our school bus providers, and we no longer need to negotiate a 2-year contract.
Wow. You guys have done a lot of work. That's amazing.
Well, it is, yeah.
And if you ever need a new gig, Kathy and Jean can be the morning anchors on, you know.
Yeah, wouldn't
toss it. Sorry.
Wouldn't have a big viewership, so, but thank you.
Okay, so I don't imagine there's any questions on those, but we are going to let them, if there are, raise your hand. Otherwise, we will see them again for approval at our next meeting.
Right.
Correct?
Right.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll move on. 8.01, future discussions. Is there anything left to future discuss in the future? Okay. Hearing none, I'm going to go to 9:01 and adjourn the meeting. Oh, sorry, Julie, you popped on. Go ahead.
Yes. Did we make a decision about the 2 items that we postponed as to when they will come back? Did we decide on tacking something onto the same evening as Truth and Taxation meeting, a special meeting? I'm just getting really concerned because our agendas are horrendously long, and I don't know if the next one is going to be just as thorough as this one is, and we're going to be having another 5-hour meeting. That's the only reason I mention it. I'd really like to see it sooner than later.
Okay. We will do our best to get that scheduled for the 1st. Okay. Anything else? Okay. Thank you for your patience this evening. I will adjourn the meeting at 10:54.